played with him in the game previous, or I did it. Well, some of us did.
Yeah, he was in my last 2 campaigns. And he's the one that we thought was coming back in March last year. And we're super confused when he didn't come back until, like, August.
We know he's not dead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a long time we thought he was.
He's just in California.
Same thing.
Yeah, in Monterey and complaining about it. I'm pissed. That's like my favorite city.
It is very funny for someone from the East Coast to go to Monterey and be like, "Ugh, shit weather."
Really? That's insane. It's all the Arabic he's learning.
Well, there's also nothing there
in Monterey.
Except
like if
beauty.
If you like doing stuff, Monterey's a bad city.
Yeah, but I don't.
And Dallas likes doing things.
Yes.
Dallas is a doer. There's nothing to do there.
I don't like doing things. I guess I would complain if there wasn't a game store that I was ignoring 90% of the time. 99% of the time.
Oh, yes, I get to walk around this, like, city that's 3 miles wide. Wow.
You can shit on Monterey all you want. I'll always love it.
I'm not shitting on it.
Sounds like it.
It's just facts. There ain't shit to do there.
Just facts, I see.
You guys stay there for like 4 days at a time.
Because I can't afford to spend more on the hotel.
What does that have to do with anything? Also, you and Francisco don't like to do stuff. Like, you guys are okay with doing nothing.
It's true.
So, like, I'm not talking
doing
about you. This isn't about you. Again.
When you're good at entertaining yourself, you're entertained for life. And you don't need stuff to do.
Yeah, I mean, is there a lot to do where you two are at now?
That depends on what you call stuff to do.
Honestly, isn't that the case for every city? Yup.
I'm just curious. I have a coworker who lives there too, but he's like
in Monterey.
No, where
in Bakersfield?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I know that you guys have said the name before.
You're like, and I don't remember it.
No, I fully remembered it. I was just like, I don't know if it's okay for me to say. Like, I don't know if you guys care.
You're doxing us?
Yeah, no, I was worried about that.
We are between both streams. There are 2 people watching. They're probably both
and
you guys.
Also, you have to remember that
my
Sarah has a much more popular name than I do.
Yeah,
that's true. There's got to only be one Moto Yukio in all of Bakersfield.
Well, also,
oh, your name is Milton.
My name is Milton Voraktee. Thank you for remembering.
God damn it.
Oh.
But yeah, there's like all the Mitchells are like 65 years old or older.
Oh, yeah.
Or my age.
75?
And there's not that many of us in reality. So
that's fair.
But I mean, for me, I find myself perfectly entertained most of the time. It's pretty rare where I'm like, wow, I want to kill myself because there's nothing to do.
Yeah, I was just curious.
That's when you text me.
Yeah, that's when I text Sarah. I'm like, hey.
My viewpoint of Bakersfield from my coworker is like, it's completely like suburbia and full of like rich white people.
I mean,
parts of it, yeah.
We have pockets of really wealthy people.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's mostly like suburbs.
Yeah.
And like our city center is not terribly large.
No, but we're kind of like close to everything, and that's what I like a lot.
Yeah.
2 hours in any direction can get you somewhere real fun.
Yep. We're like 2 hours away from the beach. On a good day, we're like 2 hours away from the mountains.
2 hours
Probably
away from
closer.
LA,
Yeah, like
4 hours away from Vegas. Like there's,
7 hours away from the middle of LA.
We don't talk about the middle of LA. But no, I think Monterey is like physically a very beautiful place. Bakersfield is not so much. Unless we have clean air, then you can see the mountains and it's pretty gorgeous. But that doesn't happen very often here. So
I do like that about Denver, that, I mean, even when the air is crap, you can take a random turn in like a random neighborhood anywhere in the city and like, oh, bam, mountains.
I love that.
There's a slight hill here, so I have one of the top 10 most majestic views I've ever seen.
Aww.
You're one of the most majestic views I've ever
Oh,
seen.
thank you. I mean, I know, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Sometimes it needs to be stated.
That's one of the things I like about Seattle a lot too. Is like when it's not raining and like super overcast, the mountains are always really pretty.
Yum.
Anytime you see Mount Rainier is always cool because it's like huge. Coming from a place where the elevation change was like non-existent.
Yeah. I mean, I remember, thinking the Duluth Hill is huge. So.
Yeah.
And like, kind of.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty awful to drive in the winter.
Oh yeah. So aside from thoughts of Monterey, everyone doing pretty well?
I just burnt the fuck out of my tongue with my coffee.
Great. I've been doing that more lately.
Oh no, I thought you were impervious to that.
I mean, I put this mug in the microwave for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Damn.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that's surface of the sun hot.
There was definitely plasma coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to my mom about what do you call them? Milk frothers, I guess, because I have like a crappy wire one. Because I don't have an espresso machine to actually like steam milk, obviously. And we were talking about like kind of fancy hand ones or whatever. And she mused about getting me one, and instant sent me an automatic one. That also like heats up your milk. And so since it makes the milk like actually hot and not my very cautious like microwaving milk, so I don't want to put it over the point where all the stuff in milk breaks down, it like I've been burning my tongue nonstop. Pouring the actually hot milk into actually hot coffee and just trying to take a taste, make sure the mix is right, and just dying.
Yes, because you got used to pouring cold milk into hot coffee.
Right, not cold, but yeah. Definitely
sorry.
like
not boiling.
Yeah.
Well, microwaves don't boil water, so.
Actually.
But they will absolutely turn the taste of milk if you go too long. All right. Well, I think I actually don't have any yap, really.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're all yapped out. A 1 week break and we have no yap? Damn.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bill, yap.
Oh, I do have one thing. If my internet randomly goes out, I'll be back in like 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
15 seconds? Damn.
Sounds good.
Sometimes it takes less, but like, yeah.
Okay.
There's like a driver issue, and I've been trying to fix it,
Ah,
but I don't know what it is. I think it's my wireless, like the thing that controls my internet connection.
seems likely.
But there's like an issue because it's like competing with my graphics driver, like the drivers for my monitors.
Oh, that's not
And
ideal.
it's really weird. I don't know what the fuck's happening. So I've been trying to look into it.
So curious, but I'm not gonna ask more right now. I can try to look into
You can
stuff
give tech
later.
support after.
Yeah. If you want
Have
to
you tried turning it off and on again?
I'm sure he has.
Actually, when it does that, when like the two drivers compete with each other,
Hmm.
it just blue screens me. So
Oh.
actually, yes.
At the very least, on again. Assuming we are all suitably yapped out and warmed up, who would like to give the recap for a hero point?
Isn't the Monterey Bay Aquarium the one in Last of Us?
I think the
That was your
Yes.
the timing of that yap comment.
and the timing of my dog yap immediately after.
Honestly, he was like, we're not ready for the recap.
It's been like below freezing for like a week and a half straight here. Some of the days just like
Oh,
very near
shoot.
zero. Today it's suddenly up to just 60 degrees, so he was just happy to hang outside for the whole hour while I was getting ready. It was very,
Aww.
very pleased for him. No hero point read today? I don't know, I'm surprised. There never is.
I was gonna say there never is.
Okay, well, while someone's working it out, I did actually put a distance thing on this map.
Ooh.
So the ruler kind of appropriately shows how far things are. And as I've been measuring things out, I'm simultaneously like, I don't know, this seems too small.
It's
And
miles anymore. It has to be in kilometers.
oh shoot, there's got to be a live conversion mod of some sort. But yeah, I was measuring things out and I was like, oh, this is way too short. And then I'd measure another thing and it'd be like, oh, this is way too long. There's no, I don't know, no pleasing me.
It's a fantasy map.
Perhaps with the combination of some things being too close and some things being too far, you've reached a perfect balance.
I suppose so, yeah.
That is so funny. It just has it in miles twice.
Yeah, I don't know what. I guess you can like set
Like, it wants
waypoints.
to convert it.
I never remember the hotkey to set waypoints, but
That's so funny.
one of them is like the current leg, and one of them is the whole journey when you're setting waypoints. I cannot
Okay, that makes
show you an
sense.
example because I don't ever remember the hotkey. So,
I'm sure I'll discover it accidentally at some point.
like, I know I gave Bill that power once, and it was all session. We were seeing examples, but now I don't know. And now I don't know what it is.
was like, this is as much as I can travel in a day.
Fuck you. Goddamn.
I mean, that's pretty good.
I do like that it stops after 60 feet, though. There's just like no measurement for more than 60 feet.
Really?
Yeah.
It works totally fine for me.
Yeah.
No, I meant like the actual like overland travel speed rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
But it just looks like every extra 10 feet is 8 miles.
Okay. That makes sense. Barring any modifiers, I have it kind of set that you guys can go about 24 miles in a day without hustling or modifiers of any. I guess I already said without modifiers.
You
I
did.
don't need to clarify further.
I think Sarah should give the recap.
I did last time.
Yeah, but you also canceled last time.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
We're going by that logic the next weekend.
That's Sarah right now when I call her out.
Oh, I'm just gonna be giving the recap for the next like 4 sessions, and if that's the rule we're doing, then she.
That really sucks. That really sucks. Oh no.
Wow.
I made friends with a cat.
That's true.
You did make friends with the cat.
Arguably a badger.
Yeah, well, cat badger. Okay.
Even better.
You've twisted my arm. I'll give the recap. The last time we played, it was February 8th, and we were continuing our tracking of Batzorg and 8th Bite. We made camp and were approached by a Lenovan guard in some formal regalia. Turns out his name is Ogwin, and he pronounced all of our names incorrectly. It was very funny. We gave him a real hard time, kind of explaining that we didn't really want someone following us around. He ended up taking off to go back for his horse, and we were like, awesome. We got rid of him, and we made this, or Isha ran off to a nearby town to kind of give him a task to double check some information we had about Rurith's motivations for restoring the temples. So we split up again. Isha took care of that. I think Nellock is the name of the town Isha went to. And the rest of us kind of continued on our journey. During watch, Turris made friends with an Voraktee, which is like an 8-legged cat that eats metal. And Turris wanted to domesticate it, was told that that was a bad idea. It bit Scene and then kind of took off. I think it took a pot with it, if I'm remembering correctly. We ended up catching up with Batzorg, 8th Bite, and Regent. We sent Scene ahead, to kind of use his connection with 8th Bite to try to get us some information before we kind of turned into like a whole brawl. I was thinking it was going to turn into a fight. It did not. Actually had like a really emotional speech from Scene. That like interaction between Scene and 8th was very, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. It was emotional and kind of played up a bit on their connection growing up together. I was pleased to learn a little bit more. We found out that Regent is they were kind of arguing, Badzorg and Regent, about who was in charge of their little group. But they're making their way towards Lanova proper to meet with the king. And Eighth Bite had shared some kind of feelings he has about the whole Seraph situation, and was sharing that he felt like the four needed to be overturned because we were here first. That's when Cena shared that he felt everybody should be able to make their own decision. Eighth Bite had also shared that the people in Kalmacourt were kind of pretending to work with the Sarosans. So he had like a little smidgen of an update for what's going on there. And Isha had kind of attempted to have Badzorg, Regent, and Eighth travel with us. They had declined. Overheard a conversation between Regent and Badzorg about if we're going to be a problem for them. And they said not for now. And that they're headed to... Oh, they're headed to Tamliok. That was my last note. Which... and that's everything I have in my notes. Anything I missed?
As far as I'm aware, that's pretty good. Anyone have any comments, additions, etc.?
The room for X will be mine.
There you are. All right. So,
You want to know something really funny?
sure.
I have Egwin's name here.
Yep.
In my notes, misspelled every time I've written it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
As long as you know who you're talking about, it don't really matter.
Well, it might be of some concern. I mean, there's one misspelling that could cause some confusion.
True.
You have an obscene amount of close-ups on this cat.
That's from right now. I just
Cat's trying to get into the game.
yeah.
What's going on? All right. So, we will open on the monsters approaching the city of Nelik. A sort of disgruntled Agwin riding along with you guys. You picked him up on the way back to town. He was coming west to find you in the forest as per instructions, and then found you guys coming back to town. And he hasn't said it, but he seemed not totally pleased with the, you know, there was an understanding that meeting back up with you guys would be totally easy and chill, and then he was sent running around all over the place. But
You really should have seen that coming.
yeah.
He's gonna learn.
Yeah. I feel like the second time we did it, he should have been like, wow.
He'll learn. Let's have some faith.
Now, it is that same day. You guys doubled back from your journey north through the forest and headed back towards town. And it's getting on towards evening now. And the guards are... It's been long enough in the day that this is a different guard shift than the one you ran into. Hold on, that was last night? When did you run into the guards, Isha? You can remember from...
So it was the night before last night. So it's been, this will be day 2.
Okay. And it was the night. So it's actually the same night
we've
shift
been gone
guards.
from Nelock in for like overnight, basically.
Yeah.
It's been like a day.
Yeah.
Because we like had to track them, and yeah.
So, it is the same night shift guards as you guys are walking up to the town gates, and they kind of like, they look like they're kind of getting ready to stop you guys and do the whole border guard thing. But then Isha, their eyes like land on you and kind of go to Ogwyn and then each other, and then they kind of like take a couple of steps to the side as just a nonverbal like, go ahead, to avoid interacting with your group just at all. And so you guys enter the town, which is actually a pretty big town. There's like some kind of sprawling neighborhoods outside the gate. It's not all enclosed in the gate here. But then inside, the buildings kind of like jump up to be 2-story, 3-story buildings. These kind of tiled, shingled roofs, kind of thick shingles, and a large kind of like a large clock tower in the center of town. It's kind of standing above everything. Good. Well, probably 6-7 stories tall. Not hugely immense, but towering above pretty much everything else in town.
Do the constructions outside of the city gates like look new, or are they like pretty old?
Probably kind of a mix, but probably mostly like newer. It's a lot of like straw roofs outside the town, except the ones that are like right on the street, I guess. Yeah, mostly newer.
Like within the last month new?
Oh no. Like
Okay, that's fine. Then we can proceed. I don't really care anymore.
Okay. There is a little bit of like temporary camp situation kind of along the road. Just on the question of like stuff in the last month. There's like a little bit of evidence of new arrivals, but it's not like a huge amount, not a huge number. So you guys are.
So I guess as we're walking in, I'll converse with Sir Egwene. Actually. Egwene. And I'll ask him if he followed up on the things I told the guards about.
Yeah, he kind of straightens up a little bit, looking, he looks tired. He's been riding all day, every day for most of the days since he was sent to find you guys. So he straightens up a little bit in his saddle. Says, yes, I chat with him. Said that the orders were from King Verth. I through some kind of intermediary, I suppose. Not like King Verth visited it's Ressdin Restorations himself, but it sounded like some. It was his signature on the papers. His seal. Everything seemed to be on the up and up.
Well, if you believe that it is not the case, that it could be duplicated, then I think it is fine.
He thinks about that for a moment. It's okay. Do you suspect foul play of some sort?
I think the correct word is I anticipate foul play.
Thinks about that, nods.
And Isha will kind of like explain the Cyclops' like vision and like how the Seraph is going to be targeting the temples.
Okay. He nods again and kind of thinks about that.
At least that is my assumption. I just don't know for why.
Does seem like it could warrant further investigation. If you have this lead, you should follow it. That is concerning. The order may be from Rurith, but that does not mean that is the whole story, I suppose. Someone could still be using that as an in.
Oh, by the way, you're still on your starting soon
Heck.
screen.
In this, we are aligned.
So you are all here to find out what he is after, this Seraph.
At least it started that way.
Crooks an eyebrow. What is it now?
There are some people who are traveling to Rurith himself. They had assumedly killed some of the guards that were closer to the border. And now they are going to Rurith.
Kind of narrows his eyes. We're the ones who killed my men, eh?
I assume.
That's a valid assumption considering the familiarity of the wounds we saw. We suspect that they're trying to get allies for the Sarosins and the Sarah. And we had hoped to intercept them before that occurred.
Don't understand why they would think King Rurith would be a plausible ally for them.
That is a question I share.
Yeah, he furrows his brow and looks concerned, kind of deep in thought. Well, I'll let Rurith know that they're coming anyway, and their possible guilt of this crime. Sure, that will not help their negotiations.
They are traveling with the peculiar construct as well.
Peculiar how? I mean, I suppose most constructs are peculiar. It's just like...
Rurith is aware of the constructs that the Four used to explore the world before, yes?
He kind of stops in the middle of what he's saying and kind of like looks up towards the sky thinking for a moment, and then kind of nods dumbly. Yeah. I'm certain, and he has knowledge of. He's a deep adherent of the teachings of the Four, so I don't see. Surely.
They travel with a new one. Or maybe it is old. I don't know.
We don't know much besides its name. It called itself Region.
He looks deep in thought about that for about 10 seconds, and then kind of like his brows go up and his face goes back to kind of more of a relaxed expression, like he's just purging it from his mind. He's like, well, I'm sure my lord can handle it. Figuring it out.
Must be nice to just empty your brain.
Leave it to him to figure out what it all means. Well, I myself would like to find comfortable lodgings and a place to out of the weather to stable my horse. And a nice drink. I would very much like to know where you all are planning on staying before I retire myself.
Yeah, do you have any recommendations?
He thinks about that for a moment. And he opens his mouth like he's about to say something, and then he kind of like looks over all of you. Like, goes back to thinking for a moment. Now there's a place down kind of closer to the lake called the Swaying Dock. It's a fairly eclectic.
Nope. Surprised you're asking for recommendations on accommodations, tourists. We usually handle that ourselves.
Oh, yes, we certainly can. I'm sure Agwin would love to see me.
Okay, sorry. He looks over, confused. As usual. Very common response.
Maybe we need to think about who you show yourself to and when.
Oh, nonsense. Sarah Agwin is a friend, aren't you?
I am a friend. I am more... I fall prey more to the female persuasion generally, and we don't need to be sharing accommodations. I would just like to know where you plan to stay.
Are you scared to let a few monsters into your home, buddy?
He doesn't.
His scene just like is floating up and is looking right at him.
Right at him.
Crooks an eyebrow. He's like, no.
Scene
No,
will
I
also
could
just
convince-
really quickly. When he does this, he's going to like set his eyeball on fire.
That's a very halting trick. I could convince. Could convince my uncle to let us stay at the estate. That is possible.
No. There's an estate here.
Well, yes, my uncle is the governor, former king of Voraktee.
Changing the political structure, eh?
Many, yes. It's a bit of a long story, but many of the countries around Lanova have in recent years found it convenient, found it stabilizing to ally with King Rurith in a time where stability has been hard to find.
Well, isn't that just delightful for everyone?
What kind of political power does your uncle maintain after making such an alliance?
He manages the day-to-day governing and policies of the region, largely. Matters of security and securing the border, securing allies, that kind of thing. That is landed more squarely on King Rurith's shoulders now. And the duties of securing the border he has then passed back to the family in the form of placing me in charge of the fort down here in recent times.
Since it seems our party is rather undecided about our accommodations, perhaps we can agree on a meeting place instead?
Oh, I'd very much love to see this estate.
I don't know if it's appropriate.
Well, why not?
Well, we wouldn't want to impose.
On the sense, you are my guests, and I always love to make my uncle a little uncomfortable when I can.
Splendid. Shall we then?
Can you show me to where this repairman's building is?
Residence, yeah. On the way, actually. Happy to do so. So he'll start to lead you kind of through the center of town and then kind of northward along the main street. Yeah, well, you're still kind of in this downtown district where the buildings are all pretty tightly packed. He leads you up to, points to a sign, really. The outside of one of these buildings. That says the words, Ressdin Restorations. And it's got kind of not exactly like a... It's like the bottom of a pot with like pieces kind of falling onto it. Like it's kind of falling back together. And the Ressdin Restorations is kind of like curved around it. Like Ressdin's curved around the left and the top, and then Restorations kind of the bottom and the right. Almost circling this pot that's piecing itself back together. So he points out that sign, says, that's the place.
Does it look like it's empty? It's like night, right? It's nighttime, right?
It is night. There's no like lights on inside. They've got like a nice kind of actually like glass window in front, with like some kind of art pieces inside. One pot that looks fairly similar to the one on the sign, like a couple of other things, kind of like a gleaming sword with a couple of spots where you can see that there used to be severe like nicks or cracks that have been kind of repaired. Kind of looks like it almost looks like an antiques store. So empty of people, yes. Empty of stuff, not exactly.
Definitely closed for the evening.
Yes, yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
The information I want is in there. You didn't happen to get a name of this mediary, did you?
No, I did not inquire. I didn't know the nature of this, didn't know the full nature anyway of this inquiry at the time. And I was rather in a hurry to catch up to some good friends of mine.
Ooh, I'm trying so hard not to break in right now.
You know, I'm literally looking at all my equipment being like, how can we break in?
I know how to break it. That's not the problem.
Is that you're trying to control your urge?
Uh,
Don't control it, break in.
yeah.
Frankly, Stairs is right there with you. What a better time. We'll be unbothered. We can look for what we need.
You should like there's like a really abrupt jerk as she like walks over to the door. Oh, tell him to look away.
Stairs will like elbow Scene and Torres and be like, him. Deniability.
He kind of brings a hand up to his temple and just gives it like one long like circular rub. He's like, this does seem to be a matter of some import. I can simply produce a warrant on the morrow if you like.
Or
Or
we can do it like this, and you don't have to get a warrant, and everyone will just assume that a monster did it anyways.
correct.
I think you're
There are certain steps we like to
confused
skip.
about which one of these is more trouble for me.
I told you to look away.
Stairs will gonna grab him by the shoulders and turn him
Yeah.
away while he's just free.
He had his arms crossed. He like puts one hand out and like turns his palm up like, what the heck? Then you grab him and turn him away, and he like does a double take and then just rolls his eyes and like follows your guiding hand to turn away.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna I have a bunch of spells that do damage to objects.
Yep.
And this is not like an exceptionally good luck, right?
It's like pretty civilian good, but it's not like magically locked. It's not overwhelmingly good, no.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be fighting anyone, right?
With any luck.
So I'll Curse of Lost Time the lock.
All right. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Attacks along with objects and constructs. It's definitely not precious materials, so it's not immune. There is no bear. I think this thing just falls apart. 46 damage.
It's actually 5d6 because it's heightened.
17? Yeah. Yeah. I like that it's just like takes damage, it's just not typed. So it's no immunity, no hardness, no anything. I think it just yeah. The lock, it is like built into the door. and it kind of like rusts over and then starts to flake off and then kind of turns into this like rusted dust in the socket.
Yeah, as like I want to leave a part of it like in the door still. I just want to like break the locking mechanism.
Yeah. Yeah, the bolt kind of like falls apart.
Yeah, and then I just kind of like tap it open and I slide in.
All right. It is dark inside, fairly cluttered it's like part workspace, part display. Some of the things in here have like tags that list it as for sale, although the tags themselves do not have the price. Some of the items are tagged with like an R or an F. Yeah, just very, very cluttered as a space where this guy seems to acquire more and more stuff to work on and sell, and you know, has to find new room for these things every time he gets something new to work on.
Yeah, Isha kind of like she looks around appraisingly, and like tries to head towards what she assumes is an office.
Yeah.
Like I'm assuming that this is like a shop front, and then there's like a.
Yep, that's correct. There's like this kind of display room, and then there is a bench that is again kind of like part workspace, part exchange table. And then behind that, there's like a hallway with a couple of rooms. One seems to be kind of like a storage room, and then one is an office.
Yeah, I just it's so funny. I keep forgetting that I have thieves tools and I can use them.
Yeah, why use thieves tools when you can just disintegrate the lock?
Yeah, so I guess I like go to the office and I try the door.
That door is open.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, and then I guess I just take some time to look for the work order, because like it's certainly a work order.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check just to search the room. Okay. Give me 1 sec. There's like a lot of papers in here. Lots of different work orders. You find lots of work orders. There's some for like a lot of the more recent objects that have come into the store just like on the table. But in this kind of first 10 minutes of searching, you don't find anything particularly interesting just because of the amount of clutter in here. Everywhere where you think it might be, you look and there's important papers there to this guy, surely, but not the one you're looking for.
I think after the first 10 minutes, because I imagine the rest of the party is just kind of outside,
Yeah.
trying to not look suspicious.
Yeah, like it takes me like seconds to cast the spell to open the lock, and then like I've just been searching for 10 minutes now. So
Yeah.
like
So I think with that, Steris will kind of tell the rest of the party, like, let me go check.
Okay.
See if Isha got caught up in something. And I'll slip in.
Yeah. For the first few minutes, I don't know if you wait the full 10 minutes or if you like call it at 5.
I had imagined that Steris was using her serpent scent kind of outside the shop, trying to see if anyone's coming nearby, seeing if we need to, like, distract her.
Yeah. And I think
Deal with the onlookers.
probably there was just like at one point 2 guys do just kind of like walk around the
She
corner.
hisses it. Okay, I was like, she'd hiss at them and see if that scares them off.
um You can make a intimidation check if you like.
Fantastic.
They do kind of like jump a little and start to like turn back the way they came almost immediately after coming into the street. And again, Ogman is just like sighs a little. Looks like none of this is exactly how he would handle this situation if he had full control, but he has no control over it. His stress level is just like building.
She'll like pat him on the shoulder and be like, "You'll get used to us." And then she'll, noting that they left, she'll then slip inside to check on Isha.
You walk in, you see much the same, very like cluttered store filled with like knickknacks and antiques and old looking, old smelling things. And then the oldest looking, oldest smelling thing is in the back searching for papers.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Correct.
Do you need a second set of eyes, Isha?
There's so much shit.
There really is. This is a rather eclectic office.
But yes, if you could look, it is paper is so difficult to see.
Isha forgot her readers.
Okay. And Isha, if you want to give me another perception check as well, you can. Okay. All right. So
We both forgot our readers.
no. Steris, you find Isha kind of points out some of the work orders that she's found. Then you kind of like keep searching in that same general direction, kind of that same drawer of papers, and you eventually do pull out kind of a fancier looking well, kind of the same work order that's been filled out, that has been bound to a kind of clipped to a letter, a letter with a seal and a signature of King Rurith. You have found the work order that Isha was looking for. Isha, you are looking around. Then you find a in one of these in a kind of bound notebook, you find a list that catches your attention because it includes the church that you've already been to, and a list of other churches, just with some like brief notes on each and like a page number marked next to it for you kind of like flip to the first one and it's just like more detailed notes. And then let's see what else. It's got like the name of the church, the location, a page number, some light notes, and then at the very far right, most of them have like an X marked. You can find one that has like a question mark marked down and then X'd over, and then like another one with a question mark. Yeah.
Stara's having found the work order from Rurit that she knows Isha was looking for. She'll like kind of hold it up between two fingers and dangle it a bit in front of Isha. Like, is this what you're looking for?
Isha starts looking for the name of the mediary.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not on the letter, but it is on the signed on the bottom of the work order. There is a name of Julia Yasmin.
Ooh,
Julia
game.
Jasmine? It can't be just regular Julia, can it?
There's a Y in there somewhere.
wow.
I don't go I don't go quite as faux fantasy as Pathfinder Vanilla. It just actually is Julia.
Yay!
Julia.
Julia!
Julia.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess Isha also like pulls out her like note, like she pulls out like a journal and copies down the notes from the thing that she found.
Okay.
I think that concludes what we came here for. What was the other thing you found?
A note of some kind with some of the churches with some kind of marker.
Perhaps tracking the restoration progress?
Possibly. Is the church, so the church I was at before, right?
Yeah.
Is that one an X or an O? Or is it like it's crossed out or sorry.
That one is
Brian. I was trying to problem solve and listen and it didn't work.
You're good. That one is the one that is question marked and then X'd out.
I don't really understand. If it is tracking the progress of them, then I don't know why this one is question marked. But they do seem to be targeting specific churches, right? It seems like it's a list of specific churches, right?
Yeah.
It's not just like an order for all of them. And
I guess there's also like I didn't think about the completion part. There's also like a date. There's like 3 dates listed for each church. The kind of the church that you guys have already visited has like 2 dates on it, and the 3rd date is missing for the moment. There's another church that has only the 1st date. And that date is actually like yesterday. And then there's another church that doesn't have any dates yet. And it's basically just the name and the page number so far.
Do these page numbers align with the pages inside of your document?
It actually just aligns with the pages in your notebook.
Oh, and my notebook.
And when you flip to those pages, it's just like detailed notes. And you can tell that the first date is like the date of an initial inspection. The second date is the date that like work starts, and the third date is the date that work is completed.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Why is the church I was at, the Church of
The shade.
the Shade, why does it have a question mark? That seems weird.
That does seem weird.
Yeah, there's no like details about what that column means on that page.
Yeah.
You look through the detailed notes, and there's nothing there either that like references what the question mark might mean, what the X means. It is
As
missing
always.
from it's missing from the one that only has a inspection date, the inspection date of yesterday, and the one that doesn't have any dates yet. Neither of those have that last mark.
It's so funny because I feel like it's like looking at me. It's like looking at me right in the face, but I'm too smart stupid to realize what it is. You know?
We also don't realize what it is. I feel like because we know that the Seraph is like positioning his forces, strategically trying to make contact with these temples, but we really don't know why. One of the theories is we're trying to there's been some information about, well, maybe there's things underneath the temples. We have a little bit of that with the one that we explored. So maybe it's something to do with that? I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Because perhaps it was a question mark on the one we were at before we like got into the hidden part of that temple, and then it was crossed out afterwards. Like, we don't know when these notes were updated, you know?
No.
True.
So that's kind of where my head is at. So it might be cool if we add another thing to our to-do list and go to the one that has the date of yesterday. Because we don't have enough things to do. We can trust that Varys isn't going to have the meeting between Rurith, Regent, Batzorig, and Eve.
Well, they're still days away.
Exactly.
Like they're so far away.
We are also days away, but I don't know if maybe we have a convenient giant teleportation device nearby that we could utilize and get ahead of them. We haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess Isha copies down the names of the two other churches.
Yeah, so the one with the mark of yesterday. I didn't mean to do this when I was plopping the churches down. But the one that has the date of yesterday is this one over. I guess I'll do the shift one. This one over here.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wow.
The one that doesn't have any date is the one over in Bayayagu.
Do they have names?
Bayayagu.
Yeah, the one. A moment. What?
Nothing. I'm so sorry because I'm just like, this might not have anything to do with anything at all.
Uh-huh.
But I love making a thing out of nothing.
I mean, we know that. Same. Let's see. So this one over here, like blanking on the gods' names. Jesus.
Oh no.
Yeah, me when I forgot the Shade of Death's name, by the way.
The shade of death.
As
Truly forgotten.
as in Isha or
Yes, yes.
Both.
what the fuck was
He's
his
just been alive
name?
too damn long. Can't remember.
Arcanus?
Arcanus.
No, the one over there is
Ishtar.
let's see. This one is Scala. Jesus Christ. And I said that you guys erased all the markers for the ones of Denala. This one is another Shade of Death church. It's not gonna let me copy this very nicely, is it? Oh, it does. You know what? No, there are two churches over there. The one that he's checking out next is a Church of Denala, but there's also a Church of the Shade of Death over there, so fuck it. Sorry, I'm just babbling to myself at this point.
We love it.
No, yeah, it makes sense that they like we just erased the markers because we knew that, like, at least according to our sources, that like there was nothing there for them.
Yeah.
But they would still probably attempt to repair them if that was the case.
Yeah, these guys still have Denalan churches on their list.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll have to rewrite this entire page of notes
Oops.
because it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'll figure it out.
I need to do a big sit down with my notes. I've been like lazy about making new pages in Obsidian, and I need to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, you should just like when she's done, she just like puts the stuff back.
Okay.
Well, I think that concludes our business here.
And Stairs will follow suit and put the order back where she found it.
Okay.
Yeah. So as we're leaving,
It's gonna be so big. Yep.
holy schmoly.
Ooh. Ooh.
As you were leaving.
Big tree. Oh,
We're distracted by the
small
show.
I was distracted by the tree. I put the like Isha's like mage hands up here, and they put the bolt back in the door.
Oh, you meant it?
No,
Oh my
we're-
god.
Aw.
The rust.
See, Ogwin? It's like we were never here.
You and he just watch on, and I mean, maybe everyone else is not in awe, but he is, as the rust flecks that have like been sent to the wind like come back and like put the lock back together and like unoxidize, unrust, and turn back into nice high quality steel.
Aren't you glad you didn't waste your time getting a warrant?
Better than new.
Let's see.
It probably does look a little better than new.
Honestly.
It only restores 5 hit points, so it's still like kind of scuffed up.
Oh, that's okay. They'll never notice it. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's okay. Now we don't have to come back here, so we just can avoid it.
Exactly.
Sorry, my brain is trying to restructure itself.
That's a lot of work.
It is.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's fine. Oh yeah, I was gonna relock the door.
Yeah.
Like we really were never here.
You're restoring it to a fixed
Yeah,
condition
I don't
where
know
it
if I
was
can.
locked.
I don't
so
know if
you're-
I can pick lock, but like lock.
Yeah.
You know.
It's totally a thing you can do with thieves' tools.
I can pick lock, but can I lock?
I will attempt to lock.
Probably easier, maybe. Question mark.
Honestly.
We'll go with the it's probably easier, and you succeed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right. Well, with that business concluded, you can continue leading us to your estate.
Wonderful. It's a very impressive trick on both sides of it, I must admit. Anyway, it's this way, and I'll continue leading you north, back towards kind of towards the edge of town. And there's kind of a spot in the gates, but like fenced off in its own right, or in the
Oh,
walls.
by the way, it's actually 20 health because it's 5 per spell level,
Is it 5 for a spell level? I didn't.
or it's 20. So I fully healed the lock actually.
Okay. Weird. Okay. Oh, per spell, right? Yeah, it's just like not in the heightened section. Okay, yeah, it's totally fixed. Thought that was weird. All right. So you leave that lock repaired, and you head off to this estate. So it's like fenced in with this kind of like wrought iron fence. Big, kind of not quite mansion-y house, but I guess it is. I don't know. It's probably like McMansion sized. It is a big house for sure, with a fairly big yard. And Ogwyn produces the key and just opens the gate. Says, and here we have the governor's estate, and he's kind of been like giving a little bit of a tour of the town, at least on the main road, kind of like tell you like, and that's the nice inn. But you'd probably cause a scene there.
Is it like the nice Denny's?
Definitely has like the full stable and everything. It's like probably the biggest building on that block corner. Still has lots of noise coming out of that one. Crowd inside making merry. The estate, by comparison, is quite quiet. There's kind of like a couple of a little bit of like a miniature forest inside. Very, very like procured and manicured though. And he kind of like leads you up this trail that leads to the house. And explains that there's like kind of like a whole guest wing of the house that you guys could sleep in if you like. Or this could just be a meeting place. Whatever you are all comfortable with. You guys, he mentions those options, and then you guys approach the door, and he walks up to the door and knocks on a fairly hefty like iron knocker. And there's a minute or so where nothing happens, and then older fellow in like kind of a nightcap, and like a coat thrown over some pajamas, kind of opens the door and like squints. It's like, Master Ogwyn. And then he kind of like peers, notices that there's more than just Ogwyn out there. Peers around him, and his eyes go like a little bit wide when he sees the group. And Ogwyn kind of like puts a hand on his shoulder and like centers the older man in front of him again. Says, Perry, these are my friends. I'll be showing them to the guest wing. No need to wake up the master of the house, of course. We'll just be staying the night, and then I'll be taking them on our way, I think. I don't believe we're staying in town very long. And the older gentleman is like, yes, of course. All of them. Ogwyn's like, yes, Perry, all of them will be staying.
Hello.
You'll have to relay our gratitude to the master in the morning.
Crooks an eyebrow and kind of gives you a polite nod, Turris, and then eyes like settle on stairs for a moment, and he gives a couple of nods. He's like,
I snort.
right. I will do that. I will let him know that Ogwyn's esteemed guests extended their gratitude. Well, I have anything prepared, and Ogwyn's just like, no, I have it taken care of. No worries. Very well. Welcome. And he'll turn and like vacate the doorway quickly. Unsure what to make of the situation, but happy to leave it to Ogwyn. And then he'll turn and like open the doors a bit, open the second door, open it a bit wider and gesture for you guys to enter. And then he'll lead you to the guest wing. The rooms are pretty nice, a little bit like stuffy, a little bit dusty. They're like rich person nice. Each one has like a bookshelf and a fairly uncomfortable but fancy looking like couch or chair. Paired with a very nice large bed. And yeah, I'll just kind of like open a few of the doors and say, make yourselves at home. There's 10 or so rooms in this wing. Should be enough. Plenty for the lot of you.
Very nice architecture.
Yeah, yes, I suppose. I think it was... Oh, Uncle could go on about the house. It's made something like 150 years ago, all wooden construction, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I would much love to chat about it with him.
If you all have the time for that, I can arrange that meeting.
I think you'll have to be persuaded otherwise, Taurus. We don't have the time to stick around talking about architecture.
Oh, phooey.
It's fine. My uncle doesn't really know anything about it anyway.
See, it wouldn't have been a very engaging conversation to begin with.
Oh, very well.
We found the name of the mediary, by the way.
Be curious to know what it is.
Julia Yasmin.
That makes sense. She's kind of Rurith's go-between with a lot of the southern governors about, well, many things. Many of the going-ons that don't require Rune Knights to attend to them. Not surprising that she would deliver this missive on her way through.
Well, if she is compromised, that is quite quite dangerous.
Would be a concern. She has the ear of many of the governors. There's some strings she could pull there for sure. I should report these concerns of yours to Rurith.
Could you arrange for Rurith to come to us and to take us to Tamliok?
I could arrange, I believe, for us to be brought to Tamliok. I am unsure if Rurith would entertain a visit here.
Either way.
Nuts.
I do not wish to see that construct leave Tamliok. Whatever it is quite dangerous.
After what you've told me, I can't say I'm in any kind of hurry to let it go. Or any of the others who've killed my men, for that matter. But I've yet to go find that drink, so I will be leaving the estate for a time. Maybe I just raid Uncle's stash. Anyway. I'll reconvene with you all in the morning, and I hope you have a pleasant night. Kind of give a nod and turn and start walking down the hallway.
What a delightful fellow.
He is fine.
I hate that he's growing on me a bit. How soon do you think you'd be able to arrange us getting to Tamliok?
Probably before they get there, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Alright. Do you guys have anything you would like to do? Kind of for this night? Anything you'd like to prepare?
I'm gonna go try to find the stash.
Okay. Do you
Turgon is like, oh, a stash.
do you follow Agwin to it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you start down the hallway shortly. They start talking about, like, oh, how fast do you think we'd be able to teleport, blah, blah, blah. And then you just, like, turn and start walking down the hall after Agwin. You're able to keep well enough in sight of him that you're able to follow, I think. And you're led into kind of a little bit of a parlor. And as you're walking in, he's, like, opening some of the cabinets and, like, pulling out a couple of bottles and kind of does a double take when you enter. Oh, come for a drink yourself?
And I nod eagerly and like rip open, not completely rip open, but just like violently open up a shelf to look inside.
Oh my god.
He's like, I don't know how well you could tell this as Turkon, but he's like kind of teetering between like, let's make trouble for my uncle and like, oh god. Oh god, don't break that. So like you yank open the cabinet and there's just like a little bit of a wince. But there's a lot of bottles in there. Lots of bottles of kind of like dark amber liquids, couple of wines, couple of almost see-through wines.
Well, Turkon's not very well versed in alcohol, so he's just gonna pick the biggest bottle that he can find.
Yeah. Yeah.
He say quantity over quality.
So you just grab the biggest bottle. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's like plugged with a fairly hefty cork. What would it even? I haven't considered what this fellow's taste would be. Yeah, I think it's just I think it's just like a spiced rum. A bottle this big.
Grab it, and then I'll walk over to him, and I'll just like tink the bottle with one of his, and then walk back to the group.
All right. Yeah, you just watch as you go. Like, huh. Gently closes the cabinet door that you yanked open. Pushes on it. It's like,
slightly
yeah,
off
it's like a
now.
little loose on one of the hinges, and he winces again. Get them all.
That was quick. I was worried you were going to make trouble, Turkon. I imagine that Isha and I are still talking in the hallway by the time you come back. That was very fast.
I'm just gonna sit down in the room, open up the bottle with my teeth.
The drinking alone kind of night, Turkon.
You're welcome to get your own bottles.
Oh, is it a self-serve situation?
Yeah. Open bar.
Says yeah. Oh.
Should I draw the door?
Do we have any business back at Tower Aincrad? Frankly, these rooms seem plush enough to please me, considering we've been sleeping kind of roughing it the last couple days.
Yes, that is true.
Plus, I'd hate for somebody to come across the door if we perhaps did not want them to.
I suppose we're not in any sort of jeopardy. Yes, should be fine, I suppose.
All right, so no door. Nothing in particular you guys want to discuss or prepare before the next day. So I'll assume everyone.
I was like, I don't think we have anything, right?
No, I mean, in my personal preparations, I'll prep my staff.
Okay.
No, but I do think before Steris turns in, she'll kind of follow the direction that Turkon came from to take advantage of the open bar.
Excellent.
Is Ogwen still there?
Yeah, I think he's like poured kind of like a dark red wine into an appropriately shaped actual wine glass. And he's kind of like swirling it around. Looks over as the door opens and kind of crooks an eyebrow and nods at you. Says, your big friend was coming back for seconds already.
I came by because he claimed it was an open bar, and I was curious what damage he had done.
He kind of reaches over and like puts one finger on one of the doors that's like a little askew, and like pushes it up so it's straight, and then pulls his finger off and it like falls back down a little. It's like, it's certainly open now.
Ah. So he, I see he showed some unexpected dexterity in dealing with that, considering it's still partially attached.
Yes, really, I was thankful for his restraint.
Well,
You come to fix
any
his
recommendations?
Mistake, cause more damage?
Not cause more damage, certainly. Though I don't think I can fix this either.
Oh, that's fine. Well,
No, I came by for a drink.
I'm not sure what your taste would be, but he kind of like lifts the bottle that he's drinking. It's like, this is sweeter than you might expect.
She'll kind of nod to him. Yeah, I'll try it.
Okay, I'll pour a...
Can't say I've had much opportunity to develop my taste.
Yeah, he'll pour a second glass. Think about that a little bit. Slide the glass over. Might still be a bit bitter for you then. And yeah, it does kind of like smell sweet with a little bit of like, I guess, especially for a snake, more like serpentine sense of smell. The smell is like very strong, kind of like kicks your nostrils a little bit.
Oh, sheesh.
It's just like, you know, the smell is definitely like too alcoholic, too sweet. You know, it's very, very pungent for a snake-like nose, you know.
Right. She'll try to subtly hold her breath and take a small dip.
Yeah. And it is definitely bitter, but it's pretty sweet, pretty drinkable.
I'm curious now that you've
Wouldn't-
spent a few days chasing after us and a few hours with us. What do you think of our group?
Well, Earth seemed to take an interest in you to begin with, not as threats, but I don't know. It's a group to keep an eye on. So I already didn't quite think you were here to cause trouble as such.
By our standards, I think we've caused very little trouble thus far.
Kind of smiles and nods. I think you're... I'd even hazard to say that you're all trying to do the right thing. At least from what I've
Okay.
heard.
I'm glad that's coming across. I think we have our squabbles and our disagreements amongst ourselves, but ultimately we're all trying to do something. What brought you down this path? Serving Rurith.
He kind of like crooks an eyebrow, looks a little surprised that you're asking, and then kind of furrows his brow. It's like, he hasn't really thought about that question in a while. Well, I guess part of the royal family down here, before everything kind of got swallowed up by Lanova, wasn't really much room for adventure. Wasn't really anything that interesting, not really part of the direct lineage, so there wasn't a chance of ruling exactly, not that I ever had an interest anyway. And then all rather quickly, we started to have some trouble. Some... Joe. Sorry about that. Ahem. A creature of... We have this folklore about the lake, some guardian in it, that, it's a long story, but is supposed to deliver some kind of artifact to rulers worthy of the title, that would unite the whole of whatever. You know, stories like that all over the place. And then, when I was still fairly young, a creature started to emerge out of this lake. And instead of delivering an artifact to our king, or even anyone else, just has sort of declared themselves the ruler of this kingdom. Started... Well, long story short, long before that, Ruth had started warning about these strange new deities that were popping up after the four were sealed away. Was chasing them down, slaying them, gaining the favor of kingdoms by doing so. Did that again here. Showed up with his cadre of rune knights, laid this creature low, and struck a deal with my uncle to make Moranin part of Lanova. As I was growing up, I don't know, I ended up a squire of one of these rune knights. Roth likes picking his knights out of the royal families of these kingdoms that he's adopted. One of the knights picked me as a squire, and it all kind of went from there. I don't know if there's a great why.
That doesn't need to be. I guess I just wanted to know more about you and what led our paths to cross the way it had.
He kind of nods. Yeah, I was just a boy looking for adventure and more or less found it, at least for a while. It's been a lot of bureaucracy and sitting at forts and sending out border patrols lately, but
hopefully it's been more adventurous for you these past few days.
I don't know if adventurous is the right word, but
Certainly more entertaining than sitting at a fort and dealing with bureaucracy.
we'll say it has been a while since since I have felt quite as frustrated as arriving at town only to find that you had already left again. In the opposite direction.
Ah.
It has been interesting to be sure.
I would apologize for that, but it was very funny.
Like, was starting to take a sip and, like, scoffs a little bit. Like, has to kind of cover and wipe his nose.
I can't say we're always the most organized group with our plans of attack, but somehow we managed to get things done.
Sometimes it takes that different point of view. A little bit of squabbling and chaos.
I know you've kind of set some things aside and mentioned that that's for Rurith to solve, but what are your thoughts on this conflict? Do you feel aligned with Rurith's approach?
I've not been fully appraised of what his approach is yet.
Nor have I.
Certainly.
Perhaps I'm asking more than you know. I guess I should ask what I'm really wondering. What are your thoughts on the Four? Being a squire of a Rune Knight of Rurith, who is a very devout worshipper of the Four. Does that trickle down at all?
Well, some kind of sea monster popped out of our lake and declared my family to be false rulers and such. My first impression of these other divinities was not the brightest, but you hear stories of heroes abroad of this ridiculous name, but this Midwest paddle across the sea. Heroes of the people. This Ideus to the south, bringing his people together. Some of them have been dangerous, but it's hard for me to think that they all deserve the sword. All a little above me, but I can't say. Really, I can't say that I'm not a devout follower of the Four. You understand, but can't say I'm the biggest study.
Somewhere in between, then.
He nods again. He's like, I will help those who are good for our kingdoms. It wasn't the sea monster that came out of the lake. For the last 60 years, it has been Rurith. And I don't think that it's this Seraph. He kind of like takes another drink and kind of shakes his head, and he's like, I don't know that I've answered your question very well.
I guess it's not a question that necessarily has a clear answer. But it made for good conversation. And she'll kind of like tip her glass at him and take a big drink that perhaps she struggles a bit to get down.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll tip his glass up to you as well.
Now, I haven't picked my room yet because I was hoping you could point me in the direction of the one with the firmest bed.
He laughs a little and he'll like set down his kind of 3/4 finished drink. Yeah, I suppose I can point that out. I can do that. He'll kind of like lead you down the hallway to one of the rooms.
Oh, I have an escort. What a gentleman.
And he'll kind of he'll push open one of the doors and kind of like give it a little peek in, make sure no one else has like claimed the room, and then I'll like give the door frame a little bit of a slap and I'll say, in my experience, this bed is almost too firm for comfort.
That sounds ideal.
Yes, I am quite pampered, so hopefully to your sensibilities it will be perfectly comfortable. And then he'll kind of like give you a nod and say, hopefully it treats you well, and I will see you in the morning.
Till then.
Head back down the hall.
She'll plop down on the bed. It's hard as a rock.
It's quite firm, yeah.
She'll like coil in on
It's
herself.
just a box spring, actually.
Literally. It's just a slab of rock. Oh. Reminds her of home. And yeah, Sparrows will turn in.
All right. All right. So. In the morning, you guys start to wake up. Sun kind of pouring in through some of the windows of some of your rooms. You know, if you took the south side or the north side, and you guys start to wake up and kind of regroup. I don't know if you regroup outside or just in the hallway or in the parlor or in the entryway.
So many places to regroup.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the natural congregation happens.
Probably where I sat drinking all night.
Turgon just picked a room and left the door open all night.
Excellent.
I will do what I do every morning and appraise my targets on my vengeful site.
Okay. It is still that same outline out to the west, that same little
Okay.
distant dot on the horizon.
Sounds good.
Oops. I had the game paused.
It's okay. We haven't had to move around at all.
So, you guys have a little bit before Ogwin comes and collects you all. He seems to be sleeping in. Wonder why. Anything you discuss in the morning?
So, what's our itinerary for the day?
I feel like our natural gathering place would be like the parlor where Stairs was drinking with Ogwin.
That makes sense, yeah.
And okay. Well, we'll be in there. Stairs would be awake and in the parlor. Whereas you're there. Is everyone else there too? Or is anyone still doing their own thing?
No, I'm there.
He said, I've been here.
I'm also there.
Okay. Yesha?
Sure. I'll be there.
Great. Okay. I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure we were all here if we were talking about what our next step. Well, it sounds like we're preparing to be transported over to Hemliok. And if that happens today, then we'll definitely be 8th Bite and Bat's Oregon Regent. I guess we're hoping to get a audience with Rorith so we can discuss what his intents are on how to deal with the Seraph and perhaps how we can align ourselves with it. And maybe he can give us some insight on why exactly he ordered these temples to be restored.
Yes, that is still rather curious.
I mean, we know him to be a devout follower of the Four, so it could be for just...
He might be a follower, but he still slays local gods. I don't believe that Ruith actually believes in the power of the Four. It's just a fancy mask.
That's a rather bold statement to make.
Is it bold?
What leads you to make such an accusation?
Surely you don't think that it is just a coincidence that 60 years ago the Four were sealed away and then suddenly Lenova is covering the entire continent? I may have been asleep, but I am not stupid.
I thought he was trying to preserve what the Four had already put in place before they were sealed.
Then why are all these churches in such disrepair? If he was attempting to preserve, then maybe I would believe if some of these churches did not require refurbishment. They are quite a far distance from society, but it still makes no sense to me.
Perhaps resources needed to be allocated elsewhere.
Regardless. It is not so clear to me that he is a devout follower.
Well, perhaps when we have a chance to speak with him in person, we can confirm.
He will lie.
Well, then let's hope we can see through any lies that occur.
It is fine if he does. I'm just making you aware that it is not a coincidence that these things have happened in the way they have.
Well, on that part, I certainly agree. It all seems too convenient. Something's going on here. After all, Earth seems to have a... Well, I don't think he'd sit idly by while this, Seraph, plots and schemes, you know?
Right. He's one of our most powerful potential allies. We should approach this with care.
I feel like you heard what I said and then just didn't listen, but that's fine. You assume that I am an enemy of Rurith just because he is not what he might seem to be?
Was I supposed to interpret your statement otherwise? You seem to have a lot of disdain for him.
Do you not hate the people who killed your family?
Harris like quickly clams up at that statement. She'll kind of look away.
Right, on that positive note, should we investigate the holy site here in the town before we leave?
It seems that Egwin is not a person quite yet, so we might have enough time. If not, we can just leave him a note and tell us to find us again. I like that game.
You know, he wouldn't admit it, but I think he liked that game too.
Oh, how peculiar.
Which one will we check out?
Yes, there are in fact two. One is a Church of Denala just outside town. This is all newly gathered information, Isha, from you copying down like just the names of the churches. I've like put marks in each place.
Yeah, look at that.
There is a Church of Arcanus in town.
Oh, that's the Arcanus symbol.
Yes.
I thought since it was the sun, it was going to be Scala.
Scala is
Scala. Yeah, that one.
yeah.
I figured it out.
If you think about it, a sun is a star.
That's correct. Yeah, by order of just magnitude, Scala's symbol is much more powerful.
Yeah.
Well, many stars. Got him.
Well, shall we find the one in town and then head outward?
It is. We should limit our search to just the one. I think it should.
I think it makes
Basilia
more sense.
has told us that the churches of Denala don't have such things in them.
Plus, we should try to stay close by for when Ogwin eventually comes looking for us.
Very well. To the Arcanus sanctuary, then.
All right. So you guys exit the estate, make your way down kind of towards the middle of town, and towards ask around a little bit. Two shocked faces, and you find the location of the Church of Arcanus. It is kind of... Many of Arcanus' churches are... like, they serve two purposes at once. Like, you know, the Church of the Shade of Death that you visited, it was also like a graveyard and a crypt. This church is like part... like... architectural library, kind of. So the building itself is kind of made out of this, like, kind of marble stone construction that is, like, kind of uncommon for this city from what you've seen. It's a lot of, like, brick and shingles here, and then there's this, like, temple that's just, like, marble columns and arches. and then you go inside, and there's a lot of like kind of intricately spiraled stairways, a lot of like arched doorways and stuff. Everything has like a little bit of architectural flair to it. If this was run down before, it is hard to tell now. It looks very nice. All of the metal bits are very shiny. The marble is very like polished and smooth. It's got a nice like sheen to it. You would be hard pressed to find a rough surface on the marble walls.
This place is magnificent.
Yes, rather breathtaking, actually. Isha, was this one marked on your list?
It was. This was one of the ones listed. This is
It's one of the ones from the vision, at least.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wanting to confirm what symbol was marked on the list for this one. So maybe we can make
oh
it...
from yeah. Okay, yeah. From that vision from Ideas. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, from Ideas' vision.
Blanking a little bit. Yes, that is correct. It is also one of the ones that was marked as a recent renovation. It was in fact a more recent renovation, one of the ones marked with a question mark. The date for completion on this one was in the last month.
The last place we went to also had a question mark, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
But it was then like crossed out.
Yeah, that one was X'd out.
If I remember correctly, yeah.
This one was not, huh?
Yeah, correct.
Perhaps we should find somebody who works here and ask them about what renovations actually took place.
That would be wise.
I invite you to take the lead, my talkative friend.
Very well.
Yeah.
Turns to look about for somebody who looks like they're the work here.
Yeah, there's
Scans the area, walks right towards one.
there's a few people wearing like symbols around their neck that kind of match this sun symbol. And wearing the kind of like purple colors that you associate with Arcanus from the recent jaunt into Turris's Tower. So, plenty around. And you can approach one and strike up conversation very easily. So you start to approach one.
Whoop. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
I didn't know it was gonna be that kind of conversation.
Hey, how do you do? Well, with the tidal wave behind me.
So you approach this woman with black hair, longer black hair, kind of down past her shoulders, and again wearing these kind of purple robes, kind of uniform that seems to be standard in this church. And she looks up as you approach, kind of glances between your entire group, but unlike a lot of townsfolk, doesn't seem that put off by it, doesn't seem that surprised. A little surprised, to be sure, but not like she doesn't cower back. She's like, yes, how can I help you?
Greetings, my good lady. I was wondering if you might help us out. We're curious about the recent renovations that were done here and what sort of work actually was involved.
Certainly. Let's see. This church was, it serves as kind of a public domain of knowledge. It serves multiple purposes. It was kept in decent repair, even after the four were sealed away. It stayed in use. Maybe didn't get quite the proper care that it should have. So there was a lot of cleanup. A lot of this metal work on the railings on the stairways. That is new, I believe. Much of the walls and surfaces were repolished, oh, what's the word? Well, it was all smoothed over. Sorry, I'm not familiar with architecture working here, but not quite all of the processes of building things.
Oh, it's quite fine.
But really just lots of touching up in most places. Some of the shelves were replaced, that kind of thing. Is there anything in particular you're curious about? Was there for most of the process? We were really able to keep working most of the time they were working on it. Except for a couple of days. Something about air quality or something.
Interesting. What did they work on during that?
I don't know. I don't know that they did work. There was it was really more of a scare than anything. They said there might have been, I don't know, some kind of toxin or tainted air. I don't know if they opened something downstairs. I don't quite know what the concern was related to, but you know, they have King's authority to close the building down as needed, so they said that it would be closed for a couple of days and that we weren't to come to work.
Interesting. Is it possible we can see this downstairs area?
Sure, it's really just storage. I don't even know. After it all ended, they kind of said it was a false alarm and that their investigation found no... I don't think we'll find anything interesting down there, but yes, I can show you.
Ah, very good. I appreciate it.
And she like starts to kind of like put her work away and steps aside, and then is like, it is public, so it's fine to show you down there, but what is the purpose of this investigation you're doing, these questions you're asking?
Well, you could call this somewhat official business.
If it's public, doesn't matter.
I am just curious. No, you're right. It doesn't matter. And she'll lead you down over to a door that leads downstairs. Opens it up, and it is like a little bit more dusky as you step down. Cooler downstairs. And she kind of opens a couple of these like lamps that are hung on the wall and like whispers a couple of words and makes a gesture with her fingers, and they lights these lamps one by one with just a simple cantrip. And it's really just like shelves and shelves down here of like scrolls and papers, mostly like bound up in scroll cases and things like that, boxes, crates, I guess. So it smells of like, yeah, it's just kind of like cool air and wood dust a little bit down here.
Hmm.
Was there someone here that the refurbishers were reporting to about their daily progress?
They were keeping me and the headmaster of the building apprised. They weren't required to really report to us. They just kind of let us know the areas they'd be working on, you know, when things would be dusty, so we could direct visitors to other locations or move scrolls and things out of the way ahead of time. So we collaborated with them a little bit, but they did not report to us as such.
I see. Thank you.
She nods. It was really before most of the work started that they asked for us to leave for a couple of days. I believe it was during kind of the initial inspection. Looked around, came down here. A fellow left for a little bit and then came back with I think it's the head of the restoration company. Forget his name. Something Ressdin. He showed up and he was the one that asked us to close down, make preparations to close down for a couple of days while they looked into this air quality concern.
I'll be on the lookout for anything missing then. I think I put it together now.
She's had this kind of pleasant smile on her face this whole time and just kind of like turns to the side without her expression kind of changing very much. And she's like, missing?
I will see in a moment, I guess.
They have an official order from the king. Surely they have a reputation to maintain. I don't think they're going around stealing. But take a look around if you like.
I'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, Isha is also what Isha would also like. Also, you should crashing wave her immediately.
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 Get her out of here.
Okay. So, what exactly are you looking for? Are you just kind of like searching the room for interesting things, searching for things where something might be missing?
I'm looking for secret compartments and or doors.
That's funny.
Okay.
I just rolled, but Steris is looking for something that looks like what she interacted with at the Shades Temple. If there's like an altar of some kind.
Okay. Got you.
Which sounds like it goes along the lines of what Turris is looking for.
Yeah. Isha is looking for if they have like a so churches are like required to keep a record of like the reliquaries and relics that they have.
Yeah.
That's what Isha is looking for.
Okay. That you can find, with your roll, you find with no trouble. There's like a kind of set of drawers kind of very near the entrance to this basement that you pull open. One of the first places you look and you pull out this like ledger of inbound material.
Okay.
As you are doing that, Turris is looking around, paying a lot of attention to the architecture of this place and the walls and everything. The basement down here is not of the same kind of marble construction. This is kind of like a full... it's like halfway to an unfinished basement. It's like kind of a narrower than the rest of the building. And made of almost purely of like cement, or like kind of a not cement exactly, but you know, like a plaster mix more or less. And there's one spot where you find like a seam as you're kind of like tracing this wall, and you like back up a little bit, and like most of the wall fixtures for these lamps are very like simple. They're just kind of like bolted to the wall, and this one is mostly similar, but you notice that like the metal handle for this lamp isn't like kind of mounted to that fixture. It goes further in, and you just grab onto it and like pull a little bit. And this, where you see this seam before, the wall kind of like shakes a little and then like starts to slide open.
Oh.
And this woman that's been guiding you around, like, kind of like leans around one of the bookshelves and looks back there, brow furrowed. The strongest reaction you've seen from her so far, and she's like, "Excuse me."
Yes.
That is the one place that is not fully open to guests. There's really nothing interesting in there but an altar to Arcanus. But oh heavens, and she'll like just walk back toward you. and like just join you on the outside of the room, and she doesn't really protest anymore.
Kind of just smile at her and what do I say? How do I want to spin this one? Yeah.
You don't have to defend yourself here, Turris. It sounds like she is just consigned.
Well, it pays to be thorough anyhow, and he steps in.
She'll follow you. General look of disapproval on her face.
I can assure you that we are not grave robbers.
There's nothing really truly to rob in this room.
Was there before?
No, we don't keep things of value in here so much. It's kind of a room for reflection and meditation. And
It's a sequester room.
yeah, the room you enter is almost looks too familiar to the room in Turris's tower, where there was like the altar to Arcanus and like the book and everything. It's less. It doesn't have quite all the fixins in here. There's no like. You don't have the book stand. You really just have like the altar with the like decorative kind of sheet over it, and in place of kind of that floating cube that was in that room, there's just kind of like kind of like a different geometric shape kind of carved into the wall. It's actually just kind of like a fractal spiral, very just intricately carved into this marble, and almost has this holographic-ish effect from the light flickering on the lamp outside as it like bounces off of the shallowly carved marble.
Does it look familiar at all?
How would you like to? From what angle would you like to tell if it's familiar? It doesn't immediately look like other things you've encountered in your adventures.
Every angle.
Every angle.
It's really just like a. Isha, with your roll, it's just kind of a. More of like a study than a worship of like a geometric pattern. Something for someone to consider to help them connect with Arcanus, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
It's like getting lost in the pattern puts you in the right headspace to receive his instructions, his communications, his will, etc.
Oh. And there's nothing else really in here?
Not really, no.
Are there any incense?
There are no incense here. There's no like incense burner.
Wow.
Mhm.
Nothing to add to your collection, Isha.
I found a piece of paper.
Ooh. Hmm.
What's the paper say?
It is a collection of relics and reliquaries for the church. It does not contain anything useful for here, at least. That is if. But I would like to go check the store, I guess.
Very good.
I feel like Steris's eyes have been drawn to the pattern. She'll kind of take it in and give a small prayer like she did at the pre-temple.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to commune in this bad boy too.
Okay. If you want to both give me religion checks. Okay. Let's see. So, you are staring at this pattern, both of you. Kind of just following this fractal shape, and you give a small prayer, Stairs. Do you have any idea of what that prayer is, or is it just kind of a brief?
So what I always imagine her doing is she's kind of asking the for guidance, like thanking them for what guidance they've provided her thus far, and like requesting that they continue to watch over her, essentially.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're just kind of like following this spiral pattern as you kind of like say this prayer in your head. Terrace, I'm curious if you have any prayer in particular you say, or if you're just kind of trying to concentrate on this and kind of be in the zone here.
trying to think of how to phrase it or word it. I guess it's less of a prayer and kind of like more of a question that he kind of like mutters under his breath of like, something like, what sort of bond do you have with my mother Vestitia?
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So Steris here just kind of following this pattern. You say this prayer under your breath, and you kind of like almost feel yourself kind of like fall into it a bit, just a little bit. Like it kind of swallows your whole vision. Your kind of peripheral vision gets just like a little bit blurry. As you're kind of like thanking the four for guiding you and asking for further guidance, and you kind of almost like feel yourself head swimming a little bit, like lilt to the side a bit. You almost see in this spiral pattern, like you've been looking at a lot of maps lately, and you, for some reason, you almost like project the maps that you've been looking at, maps of like the churches and the maps of kind of the marshes, and almost like see your footsteps kind of spiral up from where you started at kind of the church where you grew up, at that sanctuary, kind of like spiraling down toward the coast of Serosa, and then like up towards Monte Colana, and then up like through kind of the Valley March, up through this town, and then like through Tamliok, where you know you're planning on going next. And then it kind of like switches. You kind of like look off to the horizon and like see this spiral kind of continue, kind of off past this kingdom, curving off west, and then south to like some just across the ocean. To a landmass that you see far in the distance, and you have a feeling that this journey will necessarily take you further afield, and you see like almost in this perfect circle around the world, like 4 points of light, one close to where you are now, close to where you started, and then 2 more across the ocean.
Ooh.
Kind of like shake yourself out of it a little bit. And it's not totally clear what the message was there. It was like a little bit confused, but you kind of shake yourself out of this trance that you slipped yourself into. Turris. Turris, you're looking at this spiral. You ask this, you're like following the fractal pattern with your eyes. You ask this very direct question kind of under your breath of like, what was your connection with Visitia? I think that you... I think that you two kind of like fall into this trance a little bit. You find yourself kind of staring at this, asking this question, kind of like looking into the center of the spiral. It kind of fills up your whole vision without you kind of realizing it. And you kind of lose track of time for a moment. You're just staring at the spiral until you kind of realize it's like almost moving in your field of vision for a minute. It only feels like it's been 10 or so seconds of you looking at the circle for you. And you kind of like blink and shake your head and find that you're almost like falling sideways, and you have to kind of like stumble out of it, catch yourself a little bit. And you kind of blink, think for a moment. Hasn't been that much longer for everyone else. Maybe a minute or two. Isha's talking about how she got this like ledger. And the only... You don't really... It almost feels like you fell asleep for a minute. And you kind of blink it back and you're thinking... It feels like there's almost a bit of a... Feels like when you're waking up from a dream. And you kind of remember what the dream was about, but not really. And the only thing you can really remember is just like this voice, and you think it was a man's, but maybe not, saying just, "I'm sorry." But you can't like place the voice, and even those words are like, did I really hear that? Or am I like inventing that? Am I projecting that on this time that I just lost? And it's the word. Very... I don't know. There's this very like temporary drop in your stomach that kind of like settles itself after a moment, and you kind of recollect yourself.
I heard a voice say, "I'm sorry," huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Did it have a certain tone to it?
You're sure that it did?
Apologetic, perhaps.
You're sure that it did. And you just don't trust yourself to conjure it up again. It's like every time you think about it, it's like, oh, yeah, it must have been like apologetic, right? Then you think about it again for a couple of seconds, and you're like, no, maybe it was mad. Maybe it was like a defensive. You think about it again, and you're like, no, it was definitely apologetic, right? And you just can't really trust your memory to place it right.
Turris will kind of like shake his head to reorient himself a bit and kind of like brush off his like straighten his clothes a bit, and he kind of like deep sighs and like, right, okay, where were we?
I was telling you about this ledger before you got dizzy? Question mark.
Well, I'm not quite sure what happened.
Care to explain?
He kind of shrugs, and I almost felt like I was in a dream state, but it's hard to recall. I just heard a voice saying, "I'm sorry," and I don't know why.
Clerk that's with you is like, kind of looks past you at the spiral and then at you and is like, well, those who can hear from the four right now say that it rather seems like peering into a dream or a nightmare in some cases, so I don't know, perhaps you got a glimpse of the dream that they're stuck in.
Huh. How novel.
Even before they were sealed away, this room wasn't a place for quick answers necessarily. It was a place for pondering one's place.
Oh, I'm not worried too much about that. I'm precisely where I need to be.
It's so funny every time you say that. I'm so sorry because you're like literally a building. So
Literally.
it just you're like, I'm exactly where I need to be. I'm just like, bro, you're a building.
Bro's a building.
Bro's a building.
Bro's a building. Like
I admire.
it's just, sorry. Every time you say that, it just kills me because that's what comes up. I'm like, you're literally a building. Like
She kind of crooks an eyebrow and she's like, I admire that surety of your foundation, but
Hee hee.
sometimes it is when we are most sure that we are standing in the right place that we find we have to move.
Turris gives her like I don't know how to explain it, kind of like I suppose a bit of a profound reaction where he's like, oh yeah, okay, very insightful. Very insightful.
She kind of coughs nervously. It's like, but I'm no priest of Arcanus. I pay no mind to my advice. If you are leaving with that ledger, I need some kind of assurance that you will return with it. It is rather important for our operations here.
oh, don't worry, I've made a copy already. She like gives it back to you.
Excellent. She'll take it and kind of put it back in the drawer.
Is there a way you could show me that all of these relics are accounted for?
All of them would take some time. I can do an inventory and report back. That might be the most time efficient. For you, at least.
I don't know what you mean by that, but fine.
Well, if there's a concern that something is missing, We have not done a full inventory since the work was done. I could make an argument that it would be prudent to do so, and then we could report the results. Or you could collect the results of that inquiry when we're done, but it will take time.
I have some time. I recommend you do it the most thoroughly.
Excellent. I'll have that conversation and we'll get started. We could probably be done in a week.
That is good by me.
Is there any reports of incense on this list?
No, it's almost all, or really it is all like documents or blueprints, really. They don't deal in like holy relics here so much. It is more of a compendium of architectural things. So like the closest thing is like they have a like model of a couple of buildings kind of like in display cabinets upstairs. Yeah, they don't have any like great holy relics that have been deposited.
Okay, so there's nothing on this list that really jumps out.
Not really.
Is it okay if we take a quick break?
Yeah, I was gonna look for a time to take one. So that works totally fine.
Oh,
We can take a 5-minute break here as you guys are departing this church.
okay.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
Catch you guys in 5.
Alrighty.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm also back.
Hell yeah.
Although my dog is outside, so you guys know the drill.
We do know the drill.
I take it back, by the way. There was one interesting artifact that pops out.
Oh.
It is listed as it's like pretty far back in the ledger. It's kind of like they add a new page to kind of the front of this, not exactly a binder, but you know what I mean. This like clipped together stack of ledger papers. So as you're like going back through it, and it goes back a long ways. Like from before the four were sealed away, probably a little more than like 100 years ago, there's a donation entry for something called Adam's Pocket Gala. And the like note next to it is like donated by Adam.
Adam's pocket. What?
Adam's Pocket Gala.
Gala.
Gala, yes.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but okay.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Pocket Gala, like a tiny ballroom?
Correct.
Like a Polly Pocket ballroom?
Well, a gala, like a gala is not the location. A gala is the like actual event.
It is not sending to chat for some reason, but it is a yeah.
Is it like you like pull it out and it just immediately becomes a party? Like what?
That would be amazing! Sounds like something
Party
Steve would, like,
anytime,
hold on
anywhere.
I mean, who knows?
to. Every time
I'm back.
Every time
Welcome
I hear
back.
the word gala, I think about My Little Pony and the Grand Galloping.
Oh.
That was a deep obsession I had back in 2018.
Let's see. Was Voraktee back? I'm so bad at keeping track of who
I didn't
returns.
hear him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I think that's everyone. I'm not 100% sure if Bill is back either.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Yeah, the only artifact that catches your attention is Adam's Pocket Gala on the list. That is an addition for those who were missing when I mentioned it. But other than that, it's mostly just like documents, blueprints, things like that, maps. I guess I'll let the audience see the map we're looking at for a while. Are these hidden? Why does my camera not... Oh god, what did I do? Maybe I just need to refresh my camera. My camera doesn't see these icons that I've put down. Can you guys see it? You see like the tree and the sun on the town, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What the heck?
Yep.
I'm just gonna refresh my camera then. Oh, yep, it logged out. That's why.
That explains it.
Mm-hmm. Classic. Whatever the, like, the timeout timer is for logging in on Forge, it needs to just be, like, 3 days longer. So, like, it never does this when you're coming back for a weekly game.
That would be too convenient.
Yeah.
I had a thought on our break. I don't know if this is how Turris really feels, but I think it'd be funny since he thinks Visisha is his mom. And we have some merit to that. Like, does he think Arcanus is his dad? He's like apologizing for mistreating his.
You never came back with the milk.
Apologizing. Yeah.
He never
I was
came
about
back
to
with
say the same
the
thing.
milk.
Never came back.
That's an interesting thought because we know that Visisha's partner was actually a woman.
Right. But in the intricate inner workings of Turris's mind,
Yeah.
anything could be true.
He's
That
Grandpa.
anything can be true if you just make it up.
Exactly.
Grandpa Arcanus.
Oh, he's the grandpa.
This is my mom. And this is my other mom. And this is my grandpa.
Arcan Granddad.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's my responsibility to be mad at you for the milk joke in place of Rye.
Wow.
Someone has to represent the fatherless.
Okay, so you guys are exiting the Church of Arcanus. Spot one of those model structures on the way out. And you are headed where? Sounded like you might head back to residence.
I love giving this night just the worst time in the world. It's so fucking funny to me.
You can roll me a d2 just to see if you run into him on the way out.
I think that's your job.
Okay.
You-
On a 2, he runs into you. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, he got wise.
He was like
Wow.
walking into the door. His hair is like a little bit less put together than it was even yesterday. Seems to have run out the door in a hurry. And he's like coming into this place as you guys are coming out. Like he's about to push into the door and then he sees you guys coming out and crosses his arms. It's like, oh, you're
Uh-oh.
off to another place already.
We're letting you sleep in.
Hmm. Well, I appreciate you being so conscientious.
Yes, maybe we should lay off the drink when we know we're on official business.
You can't deny him his simple pleasures.
He like kind of slowly sweeps his gaze over to you, Isha, and then he just like drums his fingers on his arms once. So where are we off to?
We're off to see Ressdin Restorations.
Excellent.
Legally this time.
Excellent.
Yes.
We can, by the way, be teleported back to Tamleok just once. Ruth suggested that it should not be considered a convenient means of travel and should only be considered if the matter or timing is urgent, as it will take time to replace the means to get us there.
So he can do it once, but we have to do it strategically. Got it.
Correct.
Well, then we'll keep that in the back of our mind.
Very well.
But first, we're going to revisit Ressdin's Restoration.
Wonderful. He follows you back. It's really not that far from where this place is. So you guys head back there. And this time it is lit up inside. There's a couple of like lamps going. The door is like propped open somewhat. With like just a rock.
All this shit, and he uses a rock to keep the door open.
Yeah. So you can see before it as you're entering that there's a kind of like shorter, portly fellow kind of like leaned over one of the workbenches. He's got kind of like a strap around his head. Some kind of like goggles on. And he's kind of like fiddling with like a lens that it's got like this kind of stick of like lenses on one side that he can kind of like flip down for different like magnification levels. And he's like fiddling with one of those as you guys walk in. There's no like bell or anything because the door's open already. He doesn't actually like notice you all kind of entering as he's working.
Hello.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just looking around.
Okay. All right, you're looking around. Turris says hello, and he kind of like perks his head up a little bit and like flips the lens up, kind of turns and looks at you, Turris, and then kind of furrows his brow and looks at the rest of the group walking in. It's like, all right, what can I? You're not from around here, are you? Is there something I can help you all with?
What were we gonna ask him?
I don't think Isha was planning on asking him anything.
I wasn't gonna ask him anything. I was just gonna look around and see if I feel like there's anything here, I guess, question mark.
Okay. You can go ahead and roll that. Perception check for your 10 minutes of searching the joint.
I love searching the joint.
Okay. So, Teresi is looking at you expectantly as the fellow who initiated the conversation.
Where's my friendliness?
Kind of like removes these work goggles and sets them on the bench.
You're the individual that's overseeing the restorations of the local churches, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me. See, my reputation precedes me. It's wonderful to meet you, and you are.
Oh, I'm Terrace Ironcrad.
Oh, pleasure to meet you.
And you as well. Mr. Recton, was it?
Ressdin.
Ressdin.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't write it down right. I just recalled it incorrectly. Well, we're rather curious. What was the nature of these restorations? Why did King Rurith order so many all at once?
Well, don't really know the Lord's mind on that front, but
Kind of looks around, shrugs. He's like,
they were run into a bit of disrepair after 60 years. Some of them going all that time without any touching up, get a bit weathered. Need a bit of looking after. He values the four and the things they've left behind, things they'll I don't know, perhaps one day appreciate coming back and finding the churches in good order, I suppose. Thinks they deserve to be, fully operational, fully cared for, and things like that. Me, I just take pride in looking after the old buildings. Have a bit of an appreciation for them.
Oh, that is wonderful.
I think you share that interest.
Oh yes. I'm a very large fan, you might say, of historical architecture.
Oh, that's excellent. That's wonderful to hear.
I gotta go let my dog in real quick. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So he kind of like sets his tools down. He's like,
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. Lots of people, they just don't really, they don't appreciate the history of these things. These buildings, the artifacts of the past.
and he kind of gestures around the shop.
I've always liked kind of fixing these things up.
He probably sees Isha sniffing something. If he's looking around, he's just like.
Careful, try not to get don't breathe on these things too much. They're very sensitive. Some of the materials oxidize quickly and things like that.
Isha doesn't have ears, so she doesn't hear him.
Oh, she just doesn't have ears in this moment? Great.
She doesn't have ears at all, to be fair, but
That's fine. I'll just polish them up later.
And he didn't receive any more special instruction aside from the general restorations, have you?
Kind of like turns his head off to the side and then kind of like smiles almost like confused. He's like,
What do you mean?
Well, do you have any special instruction that if you find anything in particular, you're to recover it?
Why would you, I mean, sure, if there's things of interest, make note of it, but really, we leave those things to the churches? Really?
Is
He's
this guy
lying,
being a
and
little sussy-wussy? I was about-
He's lying because I know there's no good people with this accent. They're
Wow.
all bad. Every single
They're
one of
all
them.
bad.
is it just the,
They're all
This
complete.
Cirrus
They're
is
all totally legitimate
Army little
businessmen.
guy.
it's just
That
that
trustworthy guy voice.
the accent for people who grew up in Monanin, probably by biography.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And maybe
Everyone that lives here is
southern
just smarmy.
countries.
They're all just smarmy.
You can, if you're trying to figure out if this guy's lying, you can try to perceive the lie if you'd like. He's shifty. Sounds like
I
Isha
would like to
is just making
perceive.
that assumption. Not even checking,
I mean,
just is convinced.
admittedly, I think that all humans are shifty. So
I agree.
Mhm.
And they'll lie to you about what they ate for breakfast yesterday if it makes a better story.
Mhm. That was a perception check.
Yeah.
And what are we gonna ask here? Oh yeah, the thing that Isha looked over last night. Did it have any more specific orders? Like, was there anything in that?
Not really. It was yeah, it was just really saying like it was kind of like a list of priorities, I guess, for restoring these places.
it sounded it read mostly like it was just like, hey, go fix this place up.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
main priority is making sure it's structurally sound. Secondary priority is like restoring any like decorations or furniture or finishings that are already there. And like keeping most things in place, really.
I see.
This guy is not lying, but he's nervous about something when you start asking about like additional instructions. And almost seems like he calms down when you start half accusing him, not exactly accusing him of stealing, but when you start asking about like what do you do with the things that you find? And he is able to respond with quite a bit of conviction of just like, no, we just leave the stuff in place. We're not taking things away from these places. But
Sorry,
for a
it was a little sussy-wussy on the special instructions, but not on the.
yeah, correct. That's correct. Like you start pressing, he gets a little nervous, and then sees the direction that you're pressing. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's fine."
You're sure he didn't tell you to look for something in particular, or?
Kinda licks his lips, and on that perception check, you'd see see those nerves come back a little bit. Just like a little bit of sweat on his brow, kind of gets a little bit of a sheen to him. He's like, what do you mean? No, Russ, instructions were fairly simple. Just fixing these places up. Making sure they're careful, like I said.
How's Agwin
I was just gonna say, I
reacting to
think
this?
Saris and Agwin have been kind of like standing nearby each other. I don't know what Turris and Scene are doing, or Turkon and Scene, but I feel like Saris would have been standing by Agwin, kind of lean over, overhearing this conversation. Being, what do you think of this guy?
Yeah, he was just kind of like looking around the place and then kind of heard how this conversation was going and kind of like shifted a little bit closer to like keep an ear on it. And he kind of like leans back over to you, Saris, and is like, I'm not sure yet. That's an interesting reaction.
Think we should make him talk?
So I think in that tone makes him like look at you a little nervously and almost a little chastisingly. Like, we perhaps should interrogate him further. Yes.
Glad we agree. Saris will go up beside Turris, kind of interject herself into the conversation. She's going to lie and say that we have records that there are artifacts missing from the Arcanist Temple that we're investigating, and we'd hate for him to be caught up in a misunderstanding if he has more specific orders from her.
You kind of interject, and he gets like a bit defensive in his posturing. Oh, okay. Yeah, he believes you when you say that there are things missing, and he kind of like sits up straighter, puts both of his hands kind of up in front of him, like,
Now look, if there are things missing, there's nothing to do with us. We're on the up and up, just trying to do our job. And haven't stolen nothing. RMO. Different people doing work at every site. We got a mixed crew here. If things have gone missing, it's got nothing to do with my boys. I can tell you.
For certain.
Well,
You oversee all of them.
he kind of like rubs. He's like getting a whole different type of nervous now. When you say that, he kind of like rubs his like scraggly, kind of like 5 o'clock shadow he's got going on. He's like,
certain, like, it's possible. Well, my boys got a little handsy with something, yeah. But they're good folks. I can't see it.
But there is some other motives of these renovations, aren't there?
You keep saying that. I'm not hearing what you're trying to say.
Listen, there are some very bad people that are going after these churches, and if there are some motives that these people are trying to, if there's something they're trying to find, and if there's something that you're supposed to find, and we need to find it before they do.
bad people going after. What do you? What do you mean?
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check. Or I suppose if you're trying to do intimidation, you could do that as well.
Can I aid with intimidation? Oh, he doesn't freaking need it. Never mind.
He doesn't need it, but you can. It's definitely helping. It's definitely helping.
For funsies, Stairs is bearing her fangs at him.
I like to intimidate from the street.
From the, I am outside. I can't fit through the door.
I'm glaring at him with my
through the window.
I've got my feet for that.
He just sees Turkon's legs. Oh.
Look, I got something.
He kind of like looks over at Ogwyn and is like, and then back to you, Turris. It's like,
Maybe. There's a... something on the side. I'd be nervous about discussing in present company. I thought it was harmless. I didn't think it was bad people or anything.
and then he kind of like looks back. Ogwyn looks back at you, Turris. It's like,
As far as he's concerned, there's nothing, okay? Just,
kind of gives you a smile and shakes his head back and forth. He's like,
maybe just, I don't know, tell him there's nothing here, tell him wait outside, maybe. And we can keep a nice, pleasant chat about architecture.
Stairs will hear that, turn to Ogwyn and pull him outside.
okay.
Like, you and me are gonna get away from here for a bit. And we'll go out of the shop.
He'll kind of like furrow his brow and then look over at Ogwyn. Not Ogwyn. Look over at Ressdin and then back to you. It's like, cannot be serious. And then he'll just follow you outside.
You're hindering our interrogation.
The glare at Ressdin continues as you exit. And Ogwyn will just wait outside if you want to return for the conversation at all.
Yeah, I'll eye Turkon and be like, keep an eye on him. Go back inside.
I put one big meaty hand on his shoulder. Just like,
He like puts his hands out like he's gonna protest, like you literally physically holding onto him, and then he just like like puts his hand on his forehead instead. Just lets it happen. So, Stairs, you come back in. Like,
All right. All right. Wonderful. Yeah, so someone maybe is slipping, adding a little bit extra for just a little bit of extra work. Checking these places out. And you want us to keep an eye out for something. That makes sense.
All right, and is it Rurith that wants you to keep an eye out, or is it somebody else?
No, some old posh elf fellow, Sarahtonin accent. From way down south. I don't gets up here sometimes. Haven't seen him in a while. Gave us this little marble. Said if it ever lights up bright while we're going around these places, let him know. Mark it down. Twinkled a couple of times, marked it down with the question marks, marked it down in my book. And he said, no, not like a little twinkle. Like it's gotta be like bright. So whatever he's looking for, we haven't found it.
If you give us the rock, I'll make sure you're not arrested.
Arrest?
Or worse, killed right here.
Oh, let's slow down there. It's just a little bit extra money. You know, this pays okay, but it's like for the king, and I'm not running like a charity here.
How much did he pay you?
Not that much. A decent extra chunk, keep things running. 10 gold per church that we check. Nice little bit on the top. Really helps the margins when we're buying material to kind of replace furniture and stuff. I don't think things need to be violent. I don't think we need to talk about rests. But I don't have the marble right now. My brother does the initial inspections. He's over at the next site right now.
Yeah, and which one is that?
Some Church of Scholar out west, kind of in the no man's land. Up there, the valley, dry valley, bad place. Between, right at the old border there. Between Lanova and, the Elf Kingdom.
If you have spoken with the Rune Knight, it is possible that he could have negotiated for you to have some kind of income boost as well.
Yeah, I mean, didn't want to seem ungrateful. But all this work from the king really is quite nice. Didn't think nothing of it before. But then, I don't know, things have gotten real weird in the last couple of weeks.
Weird how?
Well, the rumors from the south of, that there was that on the sky, things like that. Star showers happening. Things are getting weird.
Yes, they certainly are in that regard.
I started to worry a little bit more. Things.
And this elf, did he ever give you a name?
Nah, kind of wanted to keep things on the we went on a names kind of situation.
Did he look sickly at all?
No, it looked older. Not sickly.
Oh, remember, Turas, Ressdin told that this particular client of his hasn't been around for a few weeks.
I'll give him the description of Augustine and ask him if it matches up.
Yeah. His eyes are like going wider while you describe Augustine. He's like,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And he's a very, very bad man, and you should not associate with him, no matter how much money you make. The omen that it will bring upon you is very ill.
All right, great. So what if I'm already associated with him? If I've been having this business with him? What, like, what now? What will I do?
I would keep playing along for now.
Okay.
Steris, can you detect magic and see if he has a brand on him?
Absolutely. She'll turn her gaze to him.
I think, yes, he does. But it is not kind of the brand that you have typically seen. Let's see. There's just kind of a fairly simple brand of like an eye on his forehead.
What the heck?
I was like, that's not the other one. That's not the right? Oh, maybe it is.
It's not the brand of like Star Dreamers and people who have been inducted, and it's not the brand of shame that Turkon has
Yeah, it still has not gotten that removed, by the way.
has on him.
I was going to do that today.
Okay.
He's just like, oh gosh. I forgot. He's had it for like 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
That's good. That helps followers of the
I
Seraph.
guess
hit him
it
easier,
makes sense
so.
that the eye guy could like brand people with the eye.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll try.
Yeah. I think at that rank you don't even need to do the counteract check. Steris, you see this eye, you point it out to Isha, and Isha, you cast Dispel Magic, and it just like kind of like almost flakes off of his skin as like this dust before disappearing.
We have an idea of what that does before we got rid of it?
We can think about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Probably nothing good, is my assumption.
Certainly nothing good.
Certainly nothing good. If I happen to use Read Aura before the magic is dispelled, would that help at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, is the Read Aura a circumstance bonus as well?
I think it is. I think it is a circumstance.
Okay.
bonus.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to identify the heckin' magic.
Okay. It will take 10 minutes for you to sit and think about it, and you can hold that for after this conversation if you want.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll kind of regard the man again and say, what you need to do is write up a letter to your brother immediately, explaining that we've talked to you and we're going to take possession of the marble from him. We'll take the letter and find him.
Yeah, okay. All right. You're taking it to him, the letter.
Yes.
Sorry. I was gonna make a joke about. Never mind. There's some bandits across the sea that have an Australian accent, and he slipped into that a little bit. Anyway. Yeah. Great. Yeah, then I can do that. And he like turns, kind of like.
I'm sorry, Australian, perfectly legitimate businessman.
Yeah,
my bad.
Correct. Really great
My bad.
poker players as well. So yeah, he like pushes some stuff aside on the workbench and starts writing some stuff up. Gets you a letter. Says like, it's not super eloquent. Like, what's his name?
I don't know if we ever got a
Seller.
first name for Mr. Ressdin.
I think you did, but the letter is basically just like, Seller. Turns out our air quality bauble is defective, and I need you to hand it over.
Air quality bubble.
Need you to hand it over to this inspection team right away, and we'll talk about it when you get back. Signed, Theo Ressdin.
Excellent. I will take the letter from him.
All right.
Great.
For now, I would recommend that you do in fact try and work out something with the Rune Knights. You may need greater protection than you know.
Great. Wonderful. Yeah, I'll have that conversation.
Well, we can do it now.
Yeah, maybe that's a good suggestion.
Sarah's will go back out and get
All right.
have Ogwyn come back.
Okay. Then he will, you watch as Theo Ressdin expresses to Ogwyn that he was pressured under great duress, with no mention of the extra money, to bring this bauble around, to deliver this information, and to keep track of this information. And when this elf showed up, give him the notes. That the elf has showed up twice since the initial pressuring happened, and hasn't shown up in a few weeks. And says, you know, this group of people you're traveling with, they say I might need protection, so, Ogwyn looks a little... He's nodding along, looks a little perturbed by the news, a little annoyed at Mr. Ressdin. Like,
Well, we can't provide direct Rune Knight protection. Is this fellow,
when he looks to your group,
this Augustine, capable?
No, perhaps not him himself, but he has others at his employ. He's the one that sent the two individuals who murdered your men.
it's hardened a little bit, like...
So it sounds like regular town guards aren't going to be quite enough to dissuade this man.
I mean, can we assume that he like turned away after he was like, "I can't give you a fucking rune knight
Yeah.
to talk about this with us"?
Yeah.
Okay. Isha will say that it is possible that a small contingency of soldiers, more than your traveling pair, would be enough. Maybe 3 or 4.
Kind of nods. Like, yeah.
At the very least, one of them will hopefully be able to run away and report that there was an attack or something.
I think that will do. I think you're right.
That we can do. I will send for some men. We'll have them watching in, plain clothes.
Oh, he's getting the fucking FBI.
Oh yeah. Witness protection program.
How many of your employees were with you when you were with Augustine the first time, Theo?
Oh, he seemed to make point to approach when my employees were out.
Well, that's good. That means that maybe not all of you are branded, although I don't know what it necessarily means.
Yeah, I didn't catch him doing that, so I'm not sure what that meant. Or really what most of this means, if I'm being entirely honest.
Okay, well, now that this business is concluded, we can leave. When did your brother leave for the church to the west?
About a week ago, scheduled to arrive today or tomorrow, start work. Probably spent the night at the got a bit of a fort down up there.
That's so far away.
More than 4 days for you guys.
It's a bit more than 4 for me.
Oh.
Because this is 3. Or I guess it's exactly 4 for me, almost nearly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, I'd like to ask him as well, are there any churches in particular that this man had an interest in?
If he did, he didn't tell me. Just told us to bring this thing round to the ones we were restoring.
Can you retrieve those records for me?
Of what?
The notes that you were going to give to Augustine.
Yeah, and he'll go back and he'll pull out kind of a familiar book, and he'll open it up to the first page, and he'll point to these X's and question marks on the right side, and he's like,
All the X's had no reaction from the little blue thing, marble. And this question mark, and he points to the one in town. He's like, Well, this one did. And then the man came back, said, wasn't very happy. Seemed pleased at first, and then came back and said, no, it's got to glow very bright. And not just twinkle a bit.
What in particular did it twinkle at?
He was just kind of walking around. So was inspecting the place, as usual, and kind of like picked it up, the marble, looked at it a couple of times. And when he looked through it, he saw like some twinkle, some sparks, kind of just while he was walking around. It was kind of like when he like looked down at it, kind of twinkled more. If that makes sense.
Twinkled more when he looked down?
Yeah.
Interesting, interesting. What does that tell me, though?
I don't know.
No.
So it didn't. He's saying it didn't glow at anything in particular. Just
Yeah.
Looked down at it when it was in his hands, like palm of his hand, down below him. Saw it twinkling a bit, and then he like held it up, stopped twinkling, lowered it down, twinkled. It was that was like that.
it twinkled. Did it twinkle brighter in a specific location or just in the area?
No, not that he said.
How peculiar. And do we have a general understanding of which? So we have an understanding of which churches he's checked and hasn't checked, then, right?
Yeah.
We have a list.
Yeah. Okay.
All
A
of
list that
the-
he's just asking him to retrieve, even though she already made a copy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just taking this now.
You're like, it's ours now, actually.
So he's like explaining it, and you like start to take the book, and he's like, can I like keep the notes, like the restoration notes are pretty important for our work, billing and things.
You mean a note that incriminates you in aiding the Sarah?
Well, I mean, like he flips the page over to like, it starts reading off the first one of like
15 pews broken. X amount of lumber to repair.
Why is this not on your work orders?
What do you mean?
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Now look, if you have problems with how I run my business, that's fine. But do you need to take the whole notebook? That's my question. Take the list on the front, that's fine.
Isha just like Isha reaches over with her wing and just rips it off. Like
Great.
and he just flaps the notebook closed and like tucks it under his arm protectively.
okay. Well, we have. We should leave.
Agreed.
Okay, now we should read Aura and then leave.
Well, you did it that we read Aura first,
Yeah,
right?
correct.
And then
So now you can identify the magic if you like.
Yes. What do I roll for that?
Arcana probably.
That would make sense, yeah.
Okay. It's basically a mark that lets the caster kind of like see from that mark when they kind of channel on it, lets them look through that symbol. It's a bit better than like a typical kind of scrying spell, which lets you like scry on a person. But this kind of, it can last longer. It can just be like as long as the person is concentrating on it, and lets them kind of see whatever the mark is looking at.
It hasn't been active this entire time we've been here, right?
As far as you know,
I don't know if we can know that, actually.
it wasn't active when you detected and dispelled it.
I think we're good. I hope.
Well, it's crazy that the spell persisted after him dying.
Well, he was brought back.
It's like a temporary tattoo, you know. It takes a little bit to go away.
yeah, it didn't.
I see.
If only Theo showered a little bit more while Augustine was dead.
Yeah.
it would have washed right off.
He needs to exfoliate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so like as we're leaving, why are you guys all so slow? Why can't you all be really fast?
We can't all be you, Isha. Some of us.
This is just Mitchell complaining, actually.
Listen here, Baymax.
I was like, could we? Okay, so Isha's gonna ask Egwin if the way that we can get teleported is like from anywhere,
Yes, that's...
or if it has to be from a specific location. Okay.
Has to be around me, and that is the only stipulation.
I was like, wait, they only go like this far. Is that 130, 131?
Yeah.
I'm doing math. Brain blast.
Really are.
There is a proper road from here.
Okay, so it'll take them 5 days to get there.
That's
If we get a maybe like a wagon or something like that, would that help us out?
So theoretically, math crazy shit notwithstanding, if we just literally go right now.
you're just like all the same speed, except Isha. Well,
Literally.
Yeah.
Can
I
we
think
get a
everyone else-
wagon? Would that help?
it is certainly possible to get a wagon. Helps to a point. While you guys are on like roads. And then like anytime you have to kind of leave roads, wagons get a little bit actually shit in the wilds. But Agwin is explaining that there is a road, like a proper road up to Tinia. It kind of like follows this river goes to Tinia, and then there's a road that kind of goes straight west along this kind of river valley here. And doesn't go up to the fort, but it curves around this way to the kind of the biggest town in Bayagu. So it doesn't get you all the way there. You have like 3-ish days of not on a road travel, but the road basically will kind of double your travel speed up to that point. So while you're on a
Just in
road.
general, or if we had a wagon?
Yeah, we'll say while you have a wagon.
Can we just buy like? Well, so here's the problem: is if we have a wagon, we still need to pull it.
Right.
Isha.
Wow.
You have
You're the
complained how-
fastest!
Yeah, you're the fastest. Just got.
We need. So here's the
we got
problem:
Isha here.
is that we need 2 large creatures to pull the wagon. I'm not large.
Per con.
You could be though.
I will smash the wagon before I pull it.
Wow.
What about pushing it? Would that be okay?
I don't think you don't have any particularly slow party members. You're all actually like pretty good at booking. Not Isha good, but like you're all kind of tied at 25 feet. So a cart isn't gonna like speed anyone up really. You're not like hauling a ton of goods. So really you're probably just fine on foot. And on a road you'll be able to go like double the distance in a day anyway. So you'll have like, we'll call it 50 miles a day instead of 24. While you're on a road. And the road ends, for sake of whatever.
It's like right here where the 2 rivers kind of like dwindle to each
Correct,
other.
yeah. Yeah.
I need to get this bauble. I need to get this marble.
Yeah, what was it? The air quality bauble?
So I love the air quality bauble. That's so fucking
That
funny.
was the best description ever of any magical item I've ever heard.
Oh. Yes, we have to go get our air quality bauble. And we have to continue to annoy Ogwin. I kind of adore him. I don't want nothing. He can't go anywhere. Nothing can happen to him. I love.
He is just a full-on rune knight, though.
Yeah,
like
Actually is probably stronger than
I don't-
most
I'm
of
not
the
that
individual
scared.
party members. So
I'm not that scared of him, like dying.
Good.
I was making a joke that because Ogwin has a horse, that me and Ogwin could go like.
Oh, you guys will go ahead of us?
Well, I'm faster than his horse, so
We all have to have our little one-on-one time with Ogwin. I had my dream.
he'll be like, "Wow, this is a lot funner with your other party members," and I'll be like, "Well, my other party members aren't 10,000 years old and bitter, like."
Asha, you're so cranky on your own.
You're so cranky by yourself, Asha.
Just gonna fall into a random black hole and the rest of the party is never gonna see him again.
The only thing that would be able to kill a rune knight.
Just Isha leads him into a different timeline and is like, I'm just gonna leave you here for a while.
Yep. Have fun, babysitter. But no, it's fine. This is still, even if we like lose a day to travel, they'll still only have just been arriving, and they probably won't be able to just like get an audience immediately.
Well, especially because we warned Rurith. Like, he knows now.
Yeah, and then we can just go straight there with our air quality bauble.
With our air quality bauble and our rune knight. Yeah.
What a great gang here.
Yeah, also, I don't know if we have anyone who can I love that there's like rules for overland travel that are like actually codified. So one of us needs to take driving lore, though.
Yeah, there are actually much better vehicles for travel than horse and carriage.
Yeah, but a wagon is the cheapest.
True. All
I
right.
was like, we could just all get horses.
True.
And that would actually be better, but
That would be A, it would be expensive, B, it would be effective. And I say expensive maybe with some quotation marks. You guys might have graduated above horses being expensive.
they're only 2 gold.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I could
The-
buy 8 horses.
Yeah, I could buy people a lot of horses, actually.
Rich.
I'm a little on the wealthy side right now.
That's what happens when you're 10,000 years old.
I mean, I should, frankly, if I should say, I should have more money. I'm really bad at finance.
Oh.
I should have put 100 gold
Yeah, I
into
should've
investments
put 100
before I
gold
went to bed.
in my high interest bank account.
Yeah, and your high interest bank account when you're like,
Ah, what a fool I've been.
Oh. It's like we might need like 4 horses for Turkon though. Well, he's already large. Like we would need.
yeah.
That is a complicating factor.
Actually, I think the things with the mount tag can mount things that are the same size as them.
Might be true. I can double check since we are out of time for today. I have all 2 weeks to prepare it.
Are we taking a break again?
We are, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can't play on Saturday the 1st, and neither can Mitchell. But we'll be
Well-
back on March 8th.
Yeah.
Because I specifically planned my birthday party to start after our game ended.
I appreciate that. Particularly
Are there,
given that.
Like, it's my day. I can do both days. So you guys will be my pre-birthday party.
Let's
If
go.
it-
Excellent.
Heck yeah. Does anybody know if there's any other days next month that they can't play? I'm sure I always need to get my schedule for my podcast, and I always try to do it on days that. And it's only a backup day too, so it's not like even guaranteed that like
No,
I would have to miss out, but I like to align it at least.
Yeah, mine is just the 1st.
Yeah, I don't think I have any problems. I think we do have stuff in April though, so
Yeah, we got hella stuff in
yeah,
April.
we got stuff in April, so
My mom's flying in the last week of March, so I may or may not, depending on what she wants to do.
Okay.
I'll let you guys know.
All right.
okay.
My birthday.
Yikes.
We have to play that day so that we can all sing happy birthday to.
True.
This is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they say that we have to play so that way they can sing you happy birthday.
No.
We'll all do awful Australian
Yeah,
accents.
we'll all sing it
Yeah,
on.
no.
All
It'll
of yeah,
be
all of
great.
bad accents too.
Oh no.
I've
think you
signed
mean
everyone
I
up
think you
for
mean
it.
Onor.
Yeah, can it? Yeah.
No.
Stop.
Ugh. Okay, well, I guess we can work on this mount plan, but
All right.
Did you find out?
I was gonna say because it'll take them time to traverse these mountains too, and then, but yeah, I just prefer we'll just go here and then we'll have Urith teleport us from the church.
Okay. Wish I could flip this easily.
You need to make a button on your stream deck that just auto clips the last.
Oh no, I have that. Sorry, I meant
Mm.
an image.
Oh,
Grab an image to like copy and paste. Basically, I wish I could copy and paste images in Foundry chat easier.
It's kind of crazy that there's no like image stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's interesting that Forge doesn't have that, but Roll20 does. And so do like a bunch of the other VTTs as well.
Yeah. It's like one. Yeah.
I mean, most of them are just like web apps though, but that's fine, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting that the chat just doesn't have any support for that.
Are you gonna say anything?
No, I'm just listening to them be nuts.
Wow. Wow, Sus. Wow.
She stole my headset. Sorry, guys.
That's all good.
Totally understandable. But since you guys have been left alone for so long without many complications, we'll see you guys congregated kind of from a top-down-ish view. See you guys congregated outside of Ressdin Restorations and turning and kind of one by one walking away to the north to make preparations for travel. And we kind of just like keep pulling back with the camera, zooming back until we're kind of up at the roof of that clock tower, and we pull back just a little bit more and we see kind of a broad-shouldered silhouette kind of glinting in the sunlight, head just tracking you guys move.
Glinting.
Glinting.
Uh-oh.
Gross.
Metallically.
Gross.
Gross. It's Spider Envoy. That's the only way he got up there.
Spider Envoy.
Dallas did say to get some spiders in here, so.
Oh no. That was his one request.
So with that,
It's like-
we'll call it a week. Thank you guys for playing.
Thank you for running.
Thank you.
Sorry that it was once again rusty, and that I definitely will be again next time.
Blame Moto and Sarah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, to
Actually,
be
you
fair,
should blame our friend Marisa, not.
you can also
True.
you can also blame Sarah more than me.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but it's true.
Anyone who is mad that we won't be playing Pathfinder can play a bunch of Monster Hunter with me next Saturday. Not that that applies to basically anyone in the group.
Hey, I'll play.
Oh. All right.
Will you buy it for me as a late birthday gift or an early birthday gift?
I might not get like paid enough to do that until
No, I'm
after the weekend.
I'm just kidding.
After the weekend.
As much as I'd like to play, I don't have a spare $105 to spend on that game.
Oh,
That's
God, is that how
What
much
the
it costs?
Yep,
What?
for me, yes.
Well,
$105.
Australian money.
Oh,
Well,
not even
Oh.
Australian money, but Australian import fees and weirdness with games in particular.
Sheesh.
Well,
Oh, no, it's on Steam. It doesn't really
yeah.
do import fees or anything like that. It's just price difference with the inflation and shit.
Yeah.
Because our money is not as strong as the US dollar.
That's fair. And rough.
The deluxe version's 165.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Ooh.
I blanked
Sorry,
out.
bring
What
the
game were we
dogs.
talking about?
Monster Hunter?
Oh. Freedom dollars.
All right. Well, I hope you guys have a good weekend next weekend. And I will
Thank you.
have a good week until then. I'll catch you later.
Man, I'm so
See
poor.
ya.
I can't buy a wand that I want.
Oh, no.
Sad.
Didn't you just say you were so wealthy?
I mean, I could buy like a lot of horses.
Oh. You're wealthy enough to buy a bunch of horses.
Gotta sell.
Yeah, I'm wealthy enough to buy a bunch of horses, but not wealthy enough to buy a wand of fleet step.
Oh.
Gotta sell a lot of horses to buy a wand.
No. If I sold the horses, I would have less money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know. If you're reselling them, you gotta play the market more than players are allowed to play the market.
What I gotta do is I gotta buy all the horses and then breed all the horses and then sell all of those horses.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh.
Alternatively,
The
if you just like
long game.
if you find the sparkly church that sparkles with the orb, you know someone who pays for that information. You even have the inn. You have the connection. So, you know.
And then we can steal his money and kill him again.
Yeah.
It would be ideal. I am very broke.
That's a great plan.
And apparently Augustine has cash to throw around, so.
Yeah.
And this guy doesn't know the meaning of yellow.
Alright, I'm gonna hop channels and end stream, and I will catch you guys later.
Okay, thanks for running.
See ya.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for showing up for a little bit of Pathfinder. Had a good time tonight. I will be back. No, I'll probably be back a couple of times this week. I might do my big, I was talking about having a big day to rearrange my Pathfinder notes. I might do that on stream sometime early in the week. Let's see. Yeah? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll try to do that. Maybe try to do a little bit of music this week leading up to playing Monster Hunter when it comes out on midnight on Thursday, and then again on Friday, and apparently again on Saturday. So, you know, see how all of that goes. If you are into Monster Hunter, I will be hosting public lobbies, and anyone in the community can just hop in and join the lobby. And we'll hunt some stuff. And yeah, I think that's about it for me. I hope you have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful start of your week. And I'll catch you all again real soon. Goodbye.